Hello, everyone, and welcome back. As always, I'm your girl, Candy Washington. So, before we dive into today's episode, which is breaking down everything Vanderpump Rules, as you guys know, we just got the finale of season 11 or 12, whatever season it was, season 11. We just got the finale. I think it is the series finale. I think it's the end of an era. I think Lala was fighting for everybody's job, and unfortunately, that is a battle she lost because pretty much Vanderpump Rules, as we know it, is over. Dun dun dun. But before we dive in, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So, with that, let's go. So, before we start into my recap of, or rather, my review of the series/season finale, let's take some Candy Cane comments and questions. Hi, Tay Tay. Tay Tay says, hi, Candy. Hey, sweetheart. Sandoval is trash and he will remain trash. Ariana is done with him and production. Katie has always seen through Sandoval and his act. Woo, Tay Tay, those are some words. I might disagree, you guys. I have some hot takes on this, but as always, we are going to agree to disagree and we are going to have a fun key. So as you come into the room, say hi. Where are you listening from? What are your thoughts? Drop it in the comment section. Let's have a very fun, lively chat, okay? April says, hey, April Morgan. She goes, Sheena looked an awful last night at the time. All the time she has been on there, had her back, and Ariana looked awful, and I hope she leaves the show. Ooh. She says, I'm happy Lala set up for herself as a grown woman. Don't have to bow down to another woman. And I'll talk about Ariana because if she ain't nothing special, every woman to get cheated on, and this woman walked. Bloop. Then she goes on to say, I don't like this lady Ariana because she took it to a whole new level. I don't think one person should lose everything about because he cheated on you, but that's why they called it dating. Bloop. Hey, Jen says, hey, Candy, I'm so excited for this. So proud of Lala. Been with her all season. Ariana should just quit and be her inauthentic self on Love Island in Chicago. Girl, bye. Hey, Barbara. Hey, Kristen. What is up? Kristen says, Brock and Sheena's narrative, as well as Tom's giving us money, so we should have his back, is crazy to me. All right, you guys, as you come in, drop your comments and your questions. And with that, I'm going to get started on my review and thoughts of the season finale. Okay. First, let's talk about Lala. Okay. I have been Team Lala this entire season, and I stand by Lala with this last season finale episode. What we have been saying here with the Candy Canes, Lala basically confirmed that this entire season, she's been trying to save the show, save everybody's job. And with Ariana refusing to film one scene with Tom Sandoval and sort of hijacking the season. Because what I think happened and why this season was so flat and disjointed, nobody really had a strong storyline, things weren't really working, is because they stayed stuck in Sandoval without any meaningful movement. And that's why this season was so flat and a bust. And that's pretty much why everybody just got fired. You know what I mean? Like that pretty much was a series finale, if you ask me. The montage of all of the people when they were younger and everything. And again, I think that's why they waited to show the very end of the season finale during the reunion, because that was basically production's way of saying goodbye. That's pretty much what happened because, the trailer for the reunion came and Andy and Lisa Vanderpump are talking and they're like, oh, we've seen all the episodes, but we haven't seen the last piece of the series of the season finale. We're all going to watch it together. They've never done that before. And as we know, the end piece of the season, the producer literally said, that's the end. It's pretty much a wrap. And as we all know, the show is now, quote, on pause. And we know what that means in Bravo speak. It pretty much means you're fired or it's over. If another act of God, like another Sandoval just so happens to pop up, sure, maybe we'll bring it back. But right now it's pretty much dead. And that is what Lala and Sheena have been fighting against all season. It's not so much that they've been going against Ariana, it's that they've been fighting for themselves. They still want to be on the show, they still want to get paid, they still want a platform. And like Lala said, yeah, Ariana, you're thriving. You have all of these projects and bookings in Chicago and everything else. But what about us? We're still out here trying to keep our jobs. So Lala basically confirmed everything we've been saying. She's basically like, I don't really care about Ariana or Tom. I'm just trying to keep my job. And basically everybody got fired. That's basically what happened. It was a swan song. Now, I thought that Ariana, her true self just was shown the entire episode. We've said this from day one. Ariana does not like these people. Tom said it, and she basically said it too, and everybody else pretty much said it. She doesn't like them. She's never been Lala's friend. She's never even been Katie's friend. Lala or Ariana and Katie's alliance is an alliance of convenience. It's alliance of I don't have anybody else. It's an alliance of a mutual hatred for Tom Sandoval for two different reasons. Katie hates Tom Sandoval because Tom Sandoval has basically always been the other person in her relationship with Tom Schwartz. Tom Schwartz has always, I'm not saying sexual, but Tom Schwartz has always been in a relationship that has been more important and has always taken a priority to his relationship with Katie. And that is why Katie hates Tom Sandoval. I don't even really think it has anything to do with him cheating on Ariana. And of course, Ariana, in my opinion, she hates Tom Sandoval because I think Ariana knew that their relationship had a lot of problems and it wasn't what they pretended it was. But I think Ariana thought, as long as I pretend with him, as long as I lie with him, as long as I play the role he wants me to play, he will never leave me. And I think the fact that he was cheating on her, embarrassed her, said he wanted to leave her, I think a lot of all of that was him wanting to leave her, but because Tom Sandoval is Tom Sandoval, he wanted to malign her first because they both were dirty as hell. They both were lying about their relationship. They both were fronting. They both um weren't the nicest of people ever. You know what I mean? Sure, Tom does things for people, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? They both were lying. So for him to be like, yeah, we were lying about a relationship and that's not fair. Tom, the only reason why you wanted to come clean about your relationship was because you were ready to leave her, not because you actually wanted to be truthful about your life. If you did not actually want to leave Ariana, you would have kept lying right along with her. So they're both wrong because Ariana, you were lying too. You guys weren't having sex. You weren't getting along. And again, none of that justifies what he did. This is a multifaceted world where multiple things can all be true. It can be true that Ariana was fronting about her relationship. It can be true that Tom was fronting about his relationship. And it still can be true that what he did to her was dead ass wrong. All of those things are true. Doesn't make her less of a victim, but it also doesn't make her this perfect godlike queen person that everybody needs to now bow down to either. And even if she had a perfect relationship and this happened to her, that still does not give her the right to dictate the lives and livelihood of other people. Because at the end of the day, Sheena and Lala and probably Tom Sandoval were all taking their direction from production and the executives, which is very clear. That's why they broke that fourth wall and they were talking to Jeremiah, the producer, because the producers wanted that scene between Ariana and Tom Sandoval. They wanted them to have an on screen, one on one conversation. And the fact is, Ariana, you need to do your job. You need to show up and do your job. Lala was 100% spot on when she said, you have coasted Through all of these seasons, you've collected your main character check without bringing main character energy. And we ask you to do one thing, which literally is your job, and you walk out and refuse to. And now everybody's put on pause. I would be pissed too. I would be pissed too, because if I work at Taco Bell and I'm stuffing tacos, and the guy who stuffs tacos with me happens to be my long-term boyfriend, and he ends up, smashing and having sex with the cashier, who is one of my really good friends. When my manager says, Candy, you need to go stuff those tacos with your ex-boyfriend, if you think if I say to my manager, no, I don't want to stuff tacos with him because he cheated on me, you think I'm still going to have a job at Taco Bell? No, they're going to be like, well, if you don't want to stuff tacos because that's what we pay you to do, then you can go kick rocks. So, why does Ariana think that when she shows up for a job, which is actually reality television, so she actually has more of an obligation to show her life than I would if I'm working at Taco Bell? Why does she think she has the right to tell her bosses no? Where they do that at? Anybody else in this world who shows up at their job and their boss says, go make copies next to the copier. I don't want to. The guy next to me in the cubicle, he cheated on me. Oh, well, not our problem. Go make those copies. She doesn't get to dictate how production what production asks of her, and then she doesn't get to villainize her cast members because they are trying to continue to do their job. Because the proof is in the pudding. The show is on pause because this season was whack as hell. The proof is in the pudding. The entire season, Sheena and Lala were trying to keep the show going. You think Lala actually wants to hang out with Joe? Does that make any sense to you? No, she doesn't. But production said, go have coffee with Joe. We need new people on the show. We need new storylines. Let's get this storyline with Joe and Shorts going. Let's blah, 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 blah. But they are acting like Katie and Ariana are acting like they don't know that they're on a produced reality television show. Like, you're on a produced reality television show, right? Like, you know that, right? So, in order for that to work, they need new characters. They need new storylines. They need you to show up and do your job. Now, I also know everybody is all up in arms about Tom Sandoval at the very end being like, when the producer Jeremy goes, well, that's the end. And Tom goes, oh, I love it because it makes me look good. Everyone's like, oh, see, he's lying. No, Tom is honestly, to be honest with you, I agree with Tom Sandoval on that one because he's like, listen, I have been villainized. I've been, a worm with a mustache. I've been told I've been called every name in the book. I'm the villain. I'm all this. I'm that. I've been called, I love Tay Tay. Tay Tay called him trash. Like, everybody's going at him and he's still showing up. He's still doing his job. And he's like, and see, she's not. And he's like, this is what I'm talking about. So I don't blame Tom for saying that. I don't think that's some horrible thing where it's like, he's so horrible. How dare he say that? He's basically like, see, look, I told you, and look what happened. And he's like, you know what? I do love it. It makes me look better because at least I'm showing up and I'm doing my job. And the fact that Ariana and her weird friends were like, let's go to Applebee's. Applebee's. Does she have a commercial with Applebee's? I wonder if unless Bravo is getting some Applebee's, checks or whatever, how happy are they that she, like, that to me is so rude and egotistical. You keep plugging your commercial and collab you have with Applebee's at the finale, but you're not going to do the job that you are literally there being paid to do, which is to have a conversation with not only your co-star, but to be honest, it's your co-worker. If I am at a job and my boss says you need to have a meeting with this person, and I get up and I walk out and I refuse to have a meeting with them, do I expect to have my job the next day? Probably not. Because at the end of the day, they are at a job. They are 1099 independent contract workers. They are showing up. She is there because she's going to get a check. She's not there for her health. She's not there for free. She's not doing Bravo a favor by showing up. She's showing up because in 30 days, she's going to get a check. Or the next 2 weeks, she's going to get a check because she showed up. Do you see what I'm saying? I actually really like, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Brock grew on me this season. He really did. Do I still think he is lying and is being really shady about his child support and whether or not he's showing up for his other kids he has in Australia or New Zealand, wherever he's from? Yeah, I still think that he's trying to getting out of paying. Yeah, I do think he's still dodging. I still think that's shady as hell. But Brock overall has grown on me this season. I do think that he has Sheena's back and he was super supportive of her. I do think that he's trying and everything, and he was kind of the voice of reason, other than when he was going off on Sheena for no reason and fighting about the nanny and stuff like that. Yes, that was in there, but overall, Brock kind of grew on me this season. He definitely grew on me. Do I think him and Sheena maybe need to go to couples therapy and work through some stuff? Sure, but a lot of couples do. But overall, he did grow on me. Tom Schwartz, I'm not going to spend too much time on Tom Schwartz because to me, he's always just kind of there. He's like tofu, like he's like a wet blanket, like he's just sort of there. Tom Schwartz is always in service of someone or something else. Like, what does Tom himself have going on? He's either Tom Sandoval's sidekick or he's like, Katie's whatever. But like Tom Schwartz as an individual, I'm not really sure what he brings to the table. But I will say this, when you're, telling stories and you're creating characters or personas or an ensemble cast, you still need characters like a Tom Schwartz because everybody can't be that main person. You need that person. You need that, every Sherlock needs a Watson, basically. So Tom Schwartz plays his Watson role very well. Him and Joe, it's weird. He basically just used her for sex. She was clearly in love with him. He clearly was just horny and she was available. And yeah, I will tell you, you know what? Where Lala pissed me off was here. When Joe went over to talk to Katie and Tom Schwartz escorted her over, Lala piped down. We didn't need Lala to interject anything in the conversation between Joe and Katie. It wasn't your fight. It wasn't your rodeo. So pipe down with that one, Lala, because she kept having Joe's back. Oh, don't say that, Katie. Well, no, I don't think that's true, Katie. Shut up, Lala. You don't know. And if I'm Katie, I'm gonna have the smoke for Joe every time I see her. At least they're interacting. At least it's drama. At least it's real. You don't get to police Katie's feelings, Lala. You don't. You don't let people police your feelings. I'm sure if a chick who you thought you were acquainted with, in the same circle with, at least, had texted you and been like, oh, I'm so sorry you and Randall broke up. I'm here for you. And then a month later, she's living and having sex with Randall. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have that. I'm pretty sure you would have a very different type of energy towards her than you're having towards Joe. When it comes to that conversation, Lala, pipe down. Katie can feel any way she wants to. She was still talking to her. She was still engaging. She was still doing her thing. I'm pretty sure if somebody did that to you about Randall, was in your home that you had to flee from, unfortunately, acted like she was your friend, and then was having sex with him and living with him a month later, untangle your life, I wonder how you would treat that person, Lala. So let Katie be. Okay? Let Katie be. Let Katie live. Katie is allowed to have feelings. Whether you like them or not, she's allowed to. So pipe down on that one, Lauren. Okay, Lauren from Utah, pipe down. James and Allie, I've said this a couple of times. I think that James doesn't need the show. I think James should just go and be a DJ, do his TikTok, and go have fun and live his life, James. I'm not really sure what the show was doing. Allie, to me, saying she doesn't want kids. He's crying. You're so cute. I don't know what witchy poo spell she has on him, but Allie just doesn't do it for me on any level. Like any level. She's like a number 2 pencil to me. Like she's just like standard, just there. Like she doesn't give anything. Every time she asks a question, I'm like, it's like she's reading off of the card that the producer gave her to ask. They keep trying to make Allie happen, and it's just not happening. When she carries a bone, she always changes the words and inserts herself or throws somebody under the bus when it's actually coming from her. But because it's Allie, nobody ever blames her. Allie has lied, gotten things wrong, manipulated situations, made stuff up for the last 2 seasons she's been on the show, and nobody says anything to her about it. You know, she told Katie Lala called her miserable. When Lala said Katie seems unhappy to me, those are 2 very different connotations. If my friend is saying, I'm worried about Candy, she seems really unhappy, she seems like something's going on with her, that's one thing. If somebody says, my friend goes, you know, Candy is miserable, that's very different. Those are 2 very different things. Lala said she was concerned about Katie because Katie seemed unhappy. Allie brought it back like Lala was saying, "Oh, Katie is like some miserable chick," and da 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 da. When that's not actually the energy or even the word that Lala said, but nobody checked Allie. They just blamed Lala like it was the truth, even when the producers rolled the footage that it was a complete lie. And when you bring a bone to somebody, your words matter because calling me unhappy versus calling me miserable are 2 very different connotations. I would receive it very differently. If my friend said, Candy, I think you're unhappy, I'd be like, okay, you know what? I am. Let's talk about it. But if someone's like, Candy, you're miserable, I'm like, well, you need to check yourself. You're miserable. That's a totally different conversation. That is a totally different conversation. So, yeah, I can't. I can't with her. Allie is weird to me. She's doing videos now and the whole witchy poo birth charts, astrology readings. Do you, boo boo? Just not for me, not for me. And I wonder how long Allie and James will stay together now that the show is on pause. I think that will be very telling and very, very interesting. Now, let's talk about Tom Sandoval in general and overall. Now, what I think Tom did to Ariana was wrong. There's no way to sugarcoat it, there's no way to defend it. Cheating for 7+ months in the home with a girl that is friends with Ariana, with Rachel, with James's ex-fiance, the gaslighting, the lying, the cheating, all of that, the weird stuff, Coachella, blah, blah, blah. All of that was horrible and it was wrong. 1000%. It is what it is. But there comes a point in time where people have to move forward in life and friendships and dynamics and work environments and work situations. Because remember, this is still their job. This is still a workplace. It might not seem like it because they're going at it in their houses and at pool parties and at the club and this, that, and the third. But this is their workplace. They're all getting paid for this. Before friends, they are coworkers, employees. Okay. Now, I feel that Tom is genuine with his apologies. I actually do. I think he's gotten there. I think that Tom had to unpack and work through a lot of his own. Again, I'm not a doctor. So, and we always use this term narcissist all over the place. I'll just say narcissistic tendencies, traits, spectrum, I don't know. Ego, delusion, whatever you want to call it. He has always had those sort of issues, being jealous of women, of strong, beautiful women, speaking to women and yelling at them, putting them down, having to always be the center of attention, gaslighting people to make himself the victim and to make them the bad guy, always going above and beyond to be that guy, all of that stuff. I think he's had to work through a lot of stuff, and that stuff did not start with Ariana. That has been who he is, whether through trauma, whether through he was born that way, whether through conditioning, whatever the case may be, he has displayed those tendencies. And I think that if he's doing the work, whether it's through, traditional therapy or I don't know, talking to someone or a life coach or whatever it is, I think he has to unpack a lot of things that made him that type of person he was, because Tom has always been like that. So it's a lot to expect a person who has become a person who gaslights and needs the attention and does everything he does and is a cheater, is a liar, and all of those things, to all of a sudden just have a come to Jesus moment because he got caught cheating on one of the girlfriends that he's cheated on before. So I think Tom's quote healing journey or accountability journey, whatever you want to call it, is much deeper and much longer than just the Ariana situation. And to be honest with you, I believe Tom when he said that he has tried to have conversations with Ariana outside of filming, but she has not been open to it. Because she said on the reunion last year, this is the last time he'll ever talk to me. He can't talk to me. I don't want to talk to him. They were talking through Anne. But we saw that on the show, he invited her to his birthday party. Like, I think it's more of she did not want to give him an inch with anything. And I'm not team Tom Sandoval. And I'm not against Ariana. No. Because at this point, there's no teams. Like, we're beyond team this, team that. We're beyond that, right? We're talking about the dynamics in this. I agree with what Lala said, because I'm not saying that Ariana is a bad person. Because again, her personality and her tendencies as well to be cold, to be standoffish, to be dismissive, to be the type of person who would be attractive and attracted to a person like Tom Sandoval, to lie for him, to cover for him. That type of personality also did not start with Tom. That could be her own trauma or conditioning or life. So I do think that we do a lot of things not to truly grieve situations. And sometimes it feels easier in the moment to stay angry than it does to fall into the grieving process. Because once you're through the grieving process, hindsight looking back, you can be like, oh, thank God I went through all the grieving processes and I worked through it and I got through everything and I now have some level of healing and acceptance. But when you're in it, you will fight everything in order not to grieve, not to grieve the loss of who you thought you were going to be, who you thought he was, the relationship, your future, what you thought it would look like. Whether or not she's with Daniel now doesn't matter. You can still be heartbroken and you can still be grieving the loss of what you thought your life would look like, who you thought you were going to be, who you thought you were with. That's a lot. And a lot of people stay stuck in that anger, stuck in that, no way, you can't talk to me, da 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 da, and all this stuff. I'm not saying she has to talk to him. I'm not saying she should talk to him. What I'm talking about is the energy and the intentionality behind why she's choosing not to talk to him. To me, it seems more from anger, which, to be honest with you, is still 100% understandable. However, in the real world that we all live in, because this is where it comes into play with Vanderpump Rules. We may be angry. We may be heartbroken. We may be narcissist. We may be grieving. We may be doing all of that. But when we show up to our jobs, we still have to do our job. So when Ariana shows up to her job and her producers say, we need you to have a conversation with Tom, she still needs to do her job. Doesn't mean she has to forgive him in that conversation. Doesn't mean she even has to talk back to him in that situation, but she has to show up and do her job. Because I could be heartbroken, I could be grieving, I could be angry as hell. But if I show up at my 9 to 5 job and my boss says you have to take a meeting with this person and talk to this person, I have to do it. Yes, we can still have, and the thing is, to be honest with you, they're not putting her in this life or death situation. Obviously, if your boss tells you to do something and it's a true threat to your life or sexual or something like that, then yeah, of course you get the hell out of there. Duh. I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm not talking about like abusive things or anything like that. Obviously, I'm not talking about that. If anybody puts you in a dangerous situation, mentally, sexually, physically, you get out there. I don't care who it is. Of course. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Your boss says go into a meeting that might be uncomfortable. You got to show up. And I think that's really what the crux is that's going on here. And that's another reason why Lala's like, I don't know why she thinks she's God, that she doesn't have to show up and do her job. And the producers were clearly pissed because it was a scene that they wanted. And everybody has had to go through all that stuff. They've had to talk about losses and things that have been embarrassing and cheating and all of that stuff on the show. That's literally their job. C. Hovis says, stop victim blaming. Okay, I'm going to teach you something right now, C. Hovis. Victim blaming is when you blame the victim for what happened to them. That is the definition of what victim blaming is. If I said Ariana deserved to be cheated on, it's her fault she was cheated on. She put herself in this situation to be cheated on. That is victim blaming. Holding a person accountable for their actions is not victim blaming. Just to be 100% clear on that. I'm not victim blaming anybody. I never once said Ariana deserved what happened to her. In fact, I said the opposite. I said, even though Ariana was covering in her relationship, she knew what the deal was between her and Tom. She knew she was in a bad relationship, but she still loved him and she still wanted the partnership. She wanted the brand deal. She wanted to be on the show. She wanted to be in the relationship and she covered for him. I still said what he did to her was wrong. And I still said that she has every right to be hurt and to be angry. So I'm not victim blaming anybody, to be perfectly clear. So before you accuse me of victim blaming somebody, please be very clear on what the definition of victim blaming is. I never once said she deserved what happened to her because she didn't. But I can say and use my opinion and observations for how she has acted after it has happened to other people and within the situation. That is not victim blaming, okay? Now, to be clear, Ariana did not deserve what happened to her. And she has the right to feel how she feels, to be angry, to be pissed off, to be heartbroken, all of that. I understand that. I get that. What human being wouldn't? But what we're talking about is the fact that now, because she has refused to do what not even Lala, not what Sheena, but what her bosses wanted for the sake of the show, the entire show is now on pause. And they pretty much did a goodbye montage at the end of the season. That's what we're talking about. Okay? Now, Ariana and Daniel, I mean, they seem, I feel my stance on him has always been, he seems to me to be a little bit of an opportunist. Maybe he is really into her, maybe he isn't. I didn't feel like they had a lot of chemistry, if that makes sense. I didn't really see the chemistry there. Everyone's like, "Daniel's so hot." He's not my personal type. Doesn't mean he's not hot because I guess he is hot. People say he's hot. He's not hot to me, but that's okay. I'm not hot to a lot of people either, so that's fine. Um, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. And I'm not talking about the timeline. I don't care that she met him 8 or 10 days after the whole Sandoval broke. I don't care. Do you, girl? Knock yourself out. Do you? To me, it's more I don't really feel the chemistry between the two of them. I don't know. I just didn't see it. I just didn't feel it. It just seemed weird to me. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. But it's something just seems a little I don't know, it just seems a little weird to me with that. I agree with Lala. I don't think Lala needed to interrogate him. Like again, Lala like piped down like a scotch because we all could feel something was a bit off. I don't know what it is, but something doesn't seem 100% with them. I guess that's everybody. So I guess overall how I feel about the season is I do think it was the right choice to put the show on pause because nothing was happening. No needle was moving forward. No storylines really landed. I'm happy for Lala with her new baby. Nothing but sending health and happiness to her and the baby. Um, but I'm not that invested in that storyline. I'm happy Sheena is good as Golding it and she has Brock and she's going on tour. I'm not really that invested in that anymore. Ariana, I don't know why she kept saying Applebee's, Applebee's, Applebee's. I felt like I was on like a drinking game. Every time Ariana said Applebee's, take a shot. I'm not invested in anything Ariana does. I'm sorry. It's just she's never been my cup of tea. Um Schwartz, clearly not invested in anything he's doing. Katie, I wish Katie love. I wish Katie healing. I want Katie to go to a really good therapist and really just work out everything she needs to work out and get some joy and love and some true stability within herself. Because, like Katie or not like Katie, unfortunately, Katie has really been the most trashed person on this show. I'm not calling her trash. I'm saying she was trashed. Like, oh, Tequila Katie and Katie's mean and blah, blah, blah. And, like her or not, she went through a lot. Nobody ever cared when Tom Schwartz cheated on her. Even when they were married, nobody cared. And the reason why she was so Tequila Katie, the reason why she was so prickly was because the person that she was with, and again, she probably should have left him years and years and years ago. But with that being said, Tom Schwartz always clowned her, always disrespected her, always gaslit her, always maligned her. If the person you're with is talking crap about you to everybody, has no respect for you, continuously cheats on you before you got married, while you were married, and even during your separation. Literally, when Raquel and Tom Schwartz were the ones hooking up, people cheered. At Sheena and Brock's Mexico wedding, they were cheering. Imagine that when it's your husband, because they were still married at that time, separated but married. Imagine that when your husband, who you are separated from, is hooking up with a chick in your friendship group and everybody is laughing and cheering them on. What? Katie, I don't know how Katie is right. I don't know. Good. I mean, I don't know how Katie's doing it. And then on the flip side, when that same girl is now hooking up with Ariana's boyfriend, the entire world shuts down. But when she was hooking up with your husband, everybody was cheering. But when it was happening to Ariana, the whole world lost their damn minds. Justice for Katie. If I was treated the way they treated Katie this entire series, I'd probably be tequila candy too. I would probably be very angry and very bitter and very pissed off with a chip on my shoulder the same way Katie has been, because they have always dogged the hell out of Katie. And I feel bad for her. And I think Katie has always deserved better. I do think she should have left Shorts a very long time ago. I don't think she ever should have married him, but it is what it is. You know? Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. But as always, I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. What do you think about the show being put on pause? What do you think about, Lala breaking the fourth wall and being like, Ariana, you basically ruined the bag for all of us. You're booked and busy, but we're out here still trying to make sure we have a platform for our stuff. What do you guys think? What do you think about Tom Sandoval? Did he get the redemption arc he wanted? What do you think about Sheena? What do you think about Lala? And what do you think about this being the end of Pump Rules as we know it? And I'm going to tell you what I think, and I have a couple of more stories, guys, so stick around. And I'm going to tell you what I think the future of Pump Rules will be in those stories. But before I do that, go ahead and like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to, let's do, what story do we want to do? Do we want to do reunion or do we want to do Stassi? You know what? Let's do the reunion. All right, let's do that. So this is according to Reality Blurb. It says the Vanderpump Rules reunion trailer, Ariana Madix cries and tells Sandoval she wants him gone, as cast real-time reactions to finale are revealed. Plus, Joe accuses Katie of gang up as LVP hints at someone quitting. So as we know, the trailer has dropped. I would play it, but NBC has been coming after me lately, so I'm not going to play it. You guys have to go on YouTube or somewhere and watch it. But let's break it down. It says Ariana Madix and Tom Sandoval had an emotional moment with one another at the Vanderpump Rules reunion which was filmed back in March. In a just-released sneak peek at the upcoming special, Ariana and Tom tear up while discussing their past relationship as Lala warns Ariana of an impending fight backstage. Joe accuses Katie of ganging up on her, and Lisa Vanderpump hints at someone's exit from the series. I mean, I think the entire cast is now exiting since it's on pause, but there's that. You've all been through such an interesting shared experience for over a decade that we wanted you to watch this ending together and then get your real-time reactions, Andy states as the preview begins. Although it isn't revealed what the finale entailed, Ariana seems deeply impacted by the events. It hurts my feelings a whole lot. It really does, she cries. You know me well enough to know that this is not acting, Sandoval replies. I don't, Ariana insists. Sandoval then tells his former girlfriend, you knew me, Ariana, but she continues to cry and tells him, I just want you away from me. I just want you gone. At that point, a message across the screen reads, 7 hours earlier, and the cast is seen arriving at their Los Angeles set. You can cut the tension with a knife, Tom Schwartz tells Lisa. How do you feel about seeing Ariana today? Andy asks Tom Sandoval. I don't know. Nervous, he admits. Elsewhere, Lala puts her dukes up at Ariana and warns her, we get out there. Once they arrive on set, Joy joins the group and shares her thoughts on Katie's many comments against her. I never felt ganged up on, honestly, by anybody except for you, Katie, Joe states. I was dealing with a lot of crap, Katie replies. It's no excuse, Joe fires back. Sandoval and James Kennedy also butt heads. I'm keeping my mouth shut about things that I've learned, Tom says. You haven't heard crap, James responds. Then after Sheena tells Ariana, you should have walked out of the effing door, Sandoval attempts to defend himself. There's no but, Tom. That sentence was over, Sheena interjects. As for Lala, she appears to get upset with her castmate for keeping certain opinions to themselves. Everyone wants to live their real life, and I want to live my real life now, she declares. As the clip concludes, Lisa says to someone not revealed, sometimes it's okay to walk away. The 3-part Vanderpump Rules Season 11 reunion begins next Tuesday. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. This is what I think is happening. The reason why they go in like dukes up and everything is because, and the executives are hilarious and dead wrong for this, but I would do the same thing if I were an executive in this position. The cast basically learns that they're fired at the reunion. Because remember, they didn't see the end of the finale until they did the reunion. And by fired, I mean that the show is going to be put on pause. They didn't learn that going into the reunion. They learned that at the reunion. And what I mean by that is, at least in my opinion, it was very clear at the end of the finale with the whole montage and all of that stuff. That was their way of saying goodbye. That was their way of putting a pin in the series. And these people have worked in television long enough to understand that when you get that montage, it's pretty much a goodbye. So they go into the reunion not knowing that the producers and executives have already decided that they're not coming back for next season, that there's a pin in the show. So that's why they're like, we want your real time reactions. Yeah, I'm sure you do, because you're basically letting them know you're fired. The jig is up. You're being put on pause. So yeah, they're crying and they're all up in arms. And I think Ariana's like so sad because, Sheena and Lala and Tom were all basically like, yeah, Ariana, like get over yourself. Like enough is enough. And the producer and everything and all of that. So that's what I think is going on with the finale and everything, or the reunion rather. Now, when it comes to Joe, we don't need Joe at the reunion. Joe versus Katie, Team Katie all day, every day. Joe, shut up. You were after Short. You really thought you were the one, and he used you for sex and your companionship, and then he discarded you. And I know that sucks and it probably hurts, but don't blame Katie for that. Why are you crying about you felt so ganged up by Katie? You were having sex with her husband. They were going through their divorce, and you had moved in with him while you're texting her, and you're mad at her? Why don't you take all that weird energy, Joe, that you have for Katie and put it towards Tom Schwartz and be like, why did you use me? Why did you act like I was your Joseph? Why did you have sex with me? Why did you tell me you loved me? Why did you keep me a secret? Why did you let me move in with you? Why did you use me for my body and my time and my company and to walk your dogs? Take all that energy that you have for Katie and put it towards the person who played the hell out of you, which is Tom Schwartz. Because Tom Schwartz right now is very public and very happy and in a very much relationship with a very young, cute influencer that he had no problem posting on Instagram, that he has no problem introducing as his girlfriend. And the gag is Katie has no problem with her because number one, this girl did not pretend to be Katie's friend and then turn around and screw her ex-husband. So Joe, shut up, pipe down. We don't need you on the show. Bye-bye. Okay? Okay. Now, when Tom Sandoval says at the reunion, you know me, you know I'm not acting. I have a hot take on that. The sad part is I don't think that Tom realizes that he is acting. I think he is so far gone in his own delusion of who he is. He himself doesn't even understand that the majority of the things that he does are very performative and ego based. Because I think he lacks the self awareness to know that he's actually not being, in my opinion, because again, I don't know this person, never met him a day in my life. This is just my opinion based on what he shows me on a television show. I don't think that Tom, as of yet, hopefully he's still in therapy with a legitimate therapist, not a TV therapist, and not this sort of like life coach woo-woo BS. I mean, a legitimate therapist. Not to discard life coaches and alternative stuff, not to discard that. I think there's a time and a place for that. But I think for some things, we need to go to professionals who are going to tell you like it is and who are trained and have the credentials to help you with some real deep-rooted issues. There's nothing wrong with gurus. There's nothing wrong with life coaches or your spiritual people that, sure, knock yourself out. Just be careful you don't fall into some type of cult. Be careful. But I think the deep rooted issues he has, he needs a professional. Okay. Because when he says he's not acting, I think he actually believes it. Even though everybody around him, even Tom Schwartz, are all like, okay, Tom, we got it, Tom. Okay, Tom. He's over the top and he's doing this and he's like, man, and da-da-da. Like, I always show up for people and da-da-da-da. He has drank so much of his own Kool-Aid. He's bought into his own lie. He's bought into his own delusion of grandeur. Okay? To the point where I don't even think he realizes, like, I don't think he actually knows who he is. That's the crux of what I'm saying. I don't think he actually knows who he is at his core. So when he says, I'm not acting, I think in his mind, he actually believes it because he's worn the mask for so long, he doesn't actually know what is truly underneath it. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So there is that. Now, the rest of this reunion, to be honest with you, I don't know if it's going to be that juicy, juicy give. I think that most likely it might be a little flat. I don't think there's going to be any new news. I think it's going to be everything we already knew, everything we already saw. And I think that's just what it's going to be. Like, what bomb could they drop? What new information can come out that would make it any more interesting or have us any more invested? I mean, the producers already put it on pause. And Lisa Vanderpump knows that because don't forget, Lisa Vanderpump, it's called Vanderpump Rules. She's an executive producer. So she went into the reunion knowing that the show was going to be put on pause. So there's that. Yikes. But I want to know what you guys think about this. What do you think about the reunion? Word on the street is that Tom calls Rachel a coward for not showing up and for not filming, but still talking about everything. I don't know. Do you think she's a coward? Do you think she made the right choice by not coming back on the show? What do you guys think? Put it down below. And will you be watching the reunion? I think it's a 3-parter. I think it's a 3-part reunion. I mean, it's pretty much their swan song, their last hurrah, just to wrap up the season and the series and everything. So who knows? But put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's talk about 2 theories I have as to what I think is going to be the future of these stars and all of the PR stunts that they're now doing, from Vanderpump Rules to The Valley to maybe some spinoffs that we don't even know about yet. So first, let's talk about Jax Taylor and Tom Sandoval were both just on Watch What Happens Live, and he was there with his girlfriend, Victoria. Now, word on the street, and this is from Reality Blurb, it's been on the internet, that after Watch What Happens Live, Tom Sandoval and Victoria unfollow each other. Billy Lee unfollows Tom and his girlfriend, Victoria, and then she starts to follow Jax Taylor. Okay? So this is from Reality Blurb, and I'm going to tell you what I think is going on here. It says Tom Sandoval and his girlfriend, Victoria Lee Robinson, sparked breakup rumors on Tuesday after it was confirmed that the couple had unfollowed one another on Instagram, following a night out with Jax Taylor, whom Sandoval appeared alongside with on Watch What Happens Live. Sandoval and Victoria briefly unfollowed one another before refollowing each other, just as Sandoval's former Vanderpump Rules co-star Billy Lee unfollowed them both. On May 7th, Bravo Babe on Instagram confirmed the unfollows with a series of screenshots. After the Watch What Happens Live taping last night, Sandoval, Victoria, and Jax went out together. This morning, Victoria and Sandoval unfollowed each other, and Billy Lee unfollowed both of them. Something happened at Watch What Happens Live, the fan page suspected. Along with the screenshots, Bravo Babe asked their followers, what oh what could it be? Many of them had ideas. Ha ha ha, did Jax bang Victoria? One person asked. Not Victoria and Jax, another proclaimed. This smells like a classic Jax Taylor bomb drop. My guess is that he exposed something Tom said or did that made Victoria and Billy mad, suspected a third. Another Instagram user noted that the biggest crap happens after Watch What Happens Live, giving a nod to Sheena Shea, learning about Sandoval's affair with Rachel Leviss after their joint appearance on the late night talk show in March of 2023. As fans continue to wonder what might have happened to cause the unfollows, however, things seem to come back together, at least for Sandoval and Victoria, who were first linked to one another at the end of last year. Just hours after the report was shared, Sandoval has refollowed Victoria, Jax, and Billy, and Victoria has refollowed Sandoval, Jax, and Billy. As for Jax, he is following Sandoval and Victoria, but Billy is not following any of them. All right. I think. Ooh, sorry, you guys. 1 second. My headphones fell. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. My headphones fell. I think that those are fun thoughts, but this is my thought. And we're going to take off our viewer hat and we're going to put on our executive candy cane producer hat. To me, I think that because Vanderpump Rules is on pause and because the Valley is becoming a hot mess, I would not be surprised if this is nothing but planting the seeds for Tom Sandoval and Victoria to join the Valley next season. Because as we know, Jax, Tom Sandoval are back being friends. Their little feud, their on again, off again feud that they always have going on is off, and they're back being friends. Jax and the publicist and the two Toms were just hanging out in Canada. Jax and Tom were on Watch What Happens Live. They were buddy. Everything was cool. The two Toms and Jax are also doing the after show together. They are all kumbaya. And I think the cast for the Valley for next season, I don't think that Danny and Nia will be coming back. And I think that they're going to need to bring new people on the show and maybe shake it up a bit. Because if you guys are watching The Valley, I think it started out strong. But then when they started doing the whole show is now just a throw Kristen under the bus show, it's kind of losing it for me. Like I watched the last episode and I was like, this is nothing but a crock of crap. Like it's bad at this point, at least for me. Let me know what you guys think about The Valley. I started out watching it and I really liked it at first, but I feel like it's just kind of gone to hell. And like this last episode, like Janet acting like she's the number one person in the group, disinviting Kristen to everything. Michelle is evil and insufferable. Jesse is insecure and pretending like he doesn't like Jesse was like, I want to become the man that Michelle wants me to be. Well, no, you should be the man that, who you are. And if she loves the man that you are, then that's great. But if she doesn't, then love yourself enough to walk away. Like it smells like a hot mess. It's not the, midlife crisis that I want to watch. Like it's too, I don't know. And the whole like Kristen is everybody's scapegoat and Jasmine being the number one pick me in the world. Like Jasmine, I don't know why they cast her. She has zero personality. I mean, zero personality. I don't even know. She doesn't smile. She brings nothing to the show. I'm super confused. To me, the Valley is kind of crashing and burning. I do think that they will be bringing it back for a second season, but I think that it's going to almost morph into almost a Vanderpump Rules not after show, but a Vanderpump, not even spinoff, I guess spinoff. That's what it's going to be. I think that they're going to bring in probably like a Lala and a Sheena, maybe Tom Sandoval, maybe Victoria. I think it's going to be more like Vanderpump Rules alumni. I think it's really gonna morph into that. And all of this, like, they're unfollowing each other and all of this and what's going on. And to me, this is nothing because don't forget, they're gonna start filming soon. They're filming The Valley this summer, right? But they're not filming Vanderpump Rules. So Tom Sandoval needs a job, okay? Jax Taylor wants to keep his job at the Valley. This to me is nothing but planting seeds now to get them on the show and to have storyline for the show. And Victoria, I don't know if you guys watch What Happens Live, but Victoria to me, and I'm not trying to be mean by any means, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I was so confused because it seemed like she didn't know where she was. She didn't know the time or the day. She seemed very confused. I was like, blink twice, Victoria. Like, is anybody home? Like, it was beautiful girl, but I mean nothing. Well, excuse me, beautiful woman. I don't want to be canceled because I use the word girl, even though I call myself a girl. Um, but like no, like the lights are on, but nobody is home. Like I was confused. It was really bizarre. It was really weird. But to me, this is nothing but a stunt to create the waters for Vanderpump Rules alumni to join the Valley. Speaking of that, let's talk about the alleged falling out between Stassi and Katie Maloney. So this is from Dumas. It says, subject, VPR friends to foes. Expect a lot to come out at the reunion, but one thing that won't be shared that is known is that Stassi and Katie are no longer friends. The former VPR star is hashtag Team Lala. Okay. Now the corresponding article is from Reality Blurb, and Stassi sort of like weighs in. Stassi is responding after a source claimed that she and Katie Maloney, the dynamic duo who once ruled the roost on Vanderpump Rules, are, quote, no longer friends amid Stassi's growing friendship with Lala Kent. Throughout several seasons of the show, Katie and Stassi seem to control the friendship group, and certain stars have accused them of bullying. Now, however, Katie's perhaps more allied with Ariana, who is still enjoying her post-Sandoval fame, while Stassi has been off of the show since 2020. Expect a lot to come out at the reunion, said a source at Dumas. So we just read that part. Fans then reacted to the report. It makes sense, commented at Bravo Snarkside. We really never see them together anymore. Can't imagine why Haiti would have any friends, said another. I think they aren't as close because Stassi is in her mama era and Katie is in her single era, speculated a different user. Lots of friends are distant when they are at different points of their lives, probably still friends but don't hang out often. I think Katie has stuffed herself so far up Ariana's butt she's gotten stuck, wrote a critic. Another fan added, Katie's become even more miserable than before, so it makes sense. But a different viewer shaded both Stassi and Katie. I never liked these two. They were mean girls when I used to watch, said the user. Maybe Stassi is nice now, but I wouldn't know. Surprisingly, Stassi took the comment section of a TikTok video created by @StephWithTheDeets regarding the blind item and reacted to the claim. She said, I need to step in here. I'm not on Vanderpump Rules. I'm not on any team. That's not my life anymore, wrote Stassi on May 5th. I have individual friendships with people. Friendships ebb and flow without it being nefarious. And then she did a little heart. Okay, boo-boo. Okay. This is the thing. This is the thing. And Katie also came out and said, no, Stassi and I are good. I don't see her as much as I want because she has 2 kids now. And, you know, when you have kids, that changes things. But when I do see her, I love seeing her. You know, once she kind of gets a handle on having kids, it'll be different. And don't forget, Lala is expecting her second child. So Lala and this is the thing. Lala and Stacy bonded over having children. Stassi bonded over having children. And then they also bonded over the fact that they have very similar personalities. And when they were cheated on, the whole world said, you deserved it. You know, these are women. These are beautiful, strong, opinionated women who, when they got cheated on, the whole world said, you deserved it. Who do you think you were? Giving BJs for Range Rovers. Oh, Stassi, you're mean. You deserved it. Lala, you deserved it. So they basically were like, I'm confused. When I was cheated on, the world told me I deserved it. But when Ariana gets cheated on, she's like exalted to this ultimate victim, ultimate martyr status. She becomes untouchable and she makes millions of dollars and gets all of these brand deals and movies, and no one can touch her because she's Ariana who got cheated on. And we dissected this a bit. Unfortunately, in our society, you have to be a certain type of woman in order to be considered a victim. I don't mean that we think that way. I just mean that sometimes that's, the stereotype. Ariana, long suffering, always a B player, never really spoke up. She, fell in line with Tom Sandoval, long suffering girlfriend. So when she gets cheated on, everyone is like, yeah, that's horrible. That's bad. Blah, 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 blah. She suffered with Tom and blah, 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 blah. I think it would be very different if Tom Sandoval had, money and clout and influence the way Randall did or pretended to have, or if Ariana had more of a strong personality the way Stassi did. I think that if it had happened, it might be very different. It might have turned out differently. Because unfortunately, sometimes in our society, we look for people who are, quote, perfect victims. And if you don't fall into those characteristics, then you don't get the grace and the love and the fandom and the undying support, ride or die-ness, people all up in arms over Ariana being cheated on. When Lala had a whole child, she had a daughter that she had to flee her home with, and they really bonded over that. So I do think that there's some truth in that, how close Stassi and Lala are over everything that's happened. And then Katie and Ariana trauma bonding over their shared hatred of Tom Sandoval for two different reasons, but their shared hatred over him, and then something about her, and that's Katie's baby and everything. So do I think there's some truth to this? Yes. But do I also think there might be some very similar to what I think Tom and Jax is doing? I don't think that Stassi would ever join the Valley, but I would not be surprised if Stassi is working on some other reality TV show to star in. She's made it very clear she wants to come back to reality TV, but, quote, the project has to be right. And I bet you, and Katie also would never join the Valley. So do I think that maybe they're trying to drum up, because again, remember, Vanderpump Rules is on pause. Katie also needs a job. She won't be filming this summer. Stassi will never join the Valley because she doesn't want to. Katie won't either. So everybody's looking for jobs. Everybody's looking for storylines. So do I think, again, this might be a little bit of let's put some feelers out to see what our storylines could be, what our dynamics would be? Yeah, I do. I don't think that Stassi and Katie have had some massive falling out over Lala and Ariana. I don't think that. I don't think that. Do I think that Stassi and Ariana, or Stassi and Lala, are close? Yeah. Do I think that Katie and Ariana have an alliance? Yeah. I wonder how long that alliance will last. I think it depends on what happens with something about her. Now that the show is over, basically, let's just call a thing. The show's over. I wonder how much that alliance will last. I think that will depend on how long something about her is open. Everybody's looking for a job. Lala and Sheena tried to save the show, but they couldn't. So now everybody's looking for a job, right? So do I think that maybe Stassi is working on a reality show of her own? Yes. Do I think that people plant things with Dumas? 1000%. Do I think that it's convenient to start planting certain storylines? I do. I do. So I kind of look at Lens through not so much a viewer, but more of my executive candy cane producer hat, where I'm like, people are looking for jobs. People are looking for storylines. People plant stuff all the time. People do PR stunts all the time. Isn't it a little bit convenient that, Jax and Tom are on Watch What Happens Live? All of a sudden, people are following, unfollowing each other, and now we're talking about it. Stassi has made it very clear she wants back on reality TV, but not on the Valley. Now, all of a sudden, there's a beef between her and Katie and Lala and Ariana and blah, 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 blah. It's a little convenient. It's a little PR stunt. And also, what made me kind of think it was more of a PR stunt than anything else is, when does Stassi clap back in the comment section? She's not on the show. And how is she reading random TikTok stuff? And to the point where Reality Blurb just so happens to see the one comment that Stassi makes on somebody's TikTok account. And you want to tell me that's not a plant? You want to tell me that wasn't sent to them on purpose? Since when has Stassi been commenting on random folks' TikToks? It's not like she commented on Page 6 or Reality Blurb or In Touch or Us Weekly. She commented on somebody named @Steph with the Deets. How'd she find that? How'd she see it? How'd she know? Why is she commenting on somebody's TikToks? You see, you got to think about this stuff. So for me, I think everybody is looking for a job. And the people who still have them, like the people on the Valley, they're trying to keep their job, because I think the Valley right now is crashing and burning. It's crashing and burning. Jesse and Michelle, they're not enough to keep the show afloat. Janet is a mean, insufferable person. She is mean and nasty. And she stirs the pot. And now she's trying to throw Chris. I mean, it's saying a lot when I think Kristen Doty is like the best part of the show. To me, that's saying a lot. Because Danny and Nia, I want them to protect their family and get off the show. They can go do a show for I don't know, Oxygen or HSN or I don't know, something else. Do something else. Don't do this show with these people, okay? Protect your family at all costs. It's not enough. Jasmine can go. Zach, I actually like Zach. He's doing the most. I like Zach. But it's not enough to carry a show. And it's crashing and burning. Jax and Brittany, hot dumpster fire. Brittany to me is insufferable. I actually feel bad for Jax. To be honest with you, I might do a video on this. I can't believe it, but I kind of feel bad for the majority of the guys. Like when it comes to Jax and Brittany, I'm Team Jax. When it comes to Michelle and Jesse, I'm Team Jesse. Even on other shows like Summer House, when it comes to Carl versus Lindsay, I'm Team Carl. When it comes to, again, Summer House, when it comes to Amanda versus Kyle, I'm Team Kyle. It's insane. But I am. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to back a woman just because she's a woman if I don't think she's right. And I'm not going to bash a man just because he's a man when I actually agree with his opinion or his stance or understand where he's coming from, you know? And so I don't know what's in the water, but I find myself understanding where the guys are coming from way more than the girls, way more than the women. And I have to say how I truly feel. I can't just be like, oh, all the men suck because they're men. That's not true. They're human beings too, you know? So it is what it is. But I want to know what you guys think about this. Do you really believe, Tom and Victoria are beefing? And one thing I will say, PSA, I don't want Billy on any of my screens. Just it's a universal no to Billy. To be honest with you, I don't mind Tom Sandoval and Victoria going on the Valley. I want to see Victoria talk again because it's so interesting and weird to watch. It's like, what is happening? Like, it's literally like like it's a ghost town in her head. And I don't mean to be mean, like that's just like kind of what it is. She's like, what? What? Like she didn't look like she knew where she was. I don't know what's going on there. But I don't need Billy anywhere on my screens ever again. I don't know. Billy just is bad news Billy to me. No, thank you. No, thank you. But I want to know what you guys think. Do you think that these are genuine beefs? You know, Stassi and Katie randomly having a falling out? Or do you think people need jobs now? You know, people need jobs. And so they're trying to get on shows, they're trying to get shows greenlit. And so the best way to do that is to build up buzz, to build up PR, to keep us talking, to keep social media talking, to create feuds, to create storyline, to create dynamics. I think it's more that people need jobs. Vanderpump Rules is over. Everybody is looking for a check, you know? That's sort of what I think. But I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, I'm going to do one last story and then I'm going to open it up, you guys. So, did you guys read the Hollywood Reporter article with Andy Cohen? You know what? Actually, I'm going to save this video and I'm going to do a separate live just for this particular article that dropped today. I'm going to save it. So stay tuned. Stay tuned for that one because I feel like I should do Andy Cohen separately and have one dedicated live to this article because this is all nothing but damage control, press, and PR. Okay, you guys. So let's see. All right. Actually, I'm going to play a clip of this content creator that I found on TikTok. She's going to break down some reunion tea that has happened, and she's also going to give her perspective on some things. I personally don't agree with everything that she says, but I want to play it and we can listen to it, and then I'll tell you what I think to get like a different perspective and then also to get some tea. So hold on, you guys, because I got to get my headphones because they had fallen. Okay, I'm back. So let's watch and listen, and then we'll talk about it.
This video will contain alleged Vanderpump Rules reunion spoilers. And I also want to give a trigger warning because it will also discuss some unaliving ideations. Cece Loves You had posted this on IG, said she spoke to Kyle Chan who told her this. At the reunion, entire cast will learn that Sandoval allegedly bought a weapon and he had thoughts of using said weapon, and Kyle Chan was called by Tom Sandoval, and Kyle said that he went to Sandoval's home and found him in a state that you wouldn't want to find your friend in. Cece said that we will see the reactions of the cast to this news. She also said that Kyle told her that Lala becomes mad at Ariana during the reunion, and she basically tells Ariana, like, you're messing with our livelihoods because you don't want to film with Sandoval. Telling Ariana, you have all these opportunities, but since you won't film with Sandoval, like, it's affecting our livelihoods. Let's talk about the first thing I mentioned. I do find it very surprising that Bravo will be mentioning this and using it. But throughout the season, we don't see them being like, oh, Sandoval should get actual help. No, let's have Sheena and Lala go in and act as therapists. But I find it odd that he's like, yeah, you can share this. Like, is Bravo okay with that, first off? And I just find it odd if Bravo is going to use that as entertainment. That's actually disgusting. And it shows how little they care about their cast's mental health if this is what they do. Secondly, the whole Lala being mad at Ariana. I'm not surprised by this because I do feel like this one is true. But I also am like, why does your livelihood depend on Ariana speaking with her ex? Why don't you have a storyline of your own? This season is much shorter than the rest of the seasons. I don't know if you guys noticed this. I think we've had is this gonna be the 14th episode, the finale? I'm guessing because everyone's storylines are kind of boring. I think that's a sign that this show should come to an end. I really think they ruined it with this last season, to be honest. And I also find it so crazy that if they're bringing up Tom Sandoval, mental state is very bad and he needs help, but then they're like, but Ariana, you won't film with him. We want you to cross those boundaries that you've set up for your own mental health and film with Sandoval just so we can get a paycheck. And that just shows again how little her friends care about her mental health. And Ariana has stated on Vanderpump Rules, she has talked about how she has struggled with her mental health. What would make you think yeah, you should be hanging out and filming with your narcissistic ex-boyfriend who cheated on you with one of your closest friends, because that will do real good things for your mental health.
Okay, now I agreed with very little of what that particular um content creator had to say. I agreed with some of the stuff she said, but I disagreed with other things, and I'll tell you why, okay? And I want to know what you guys think. Put it in the chat box what you agree on, what you disagree on, whatever your thoughts are, put them down below. What I think when she talks about it being leaked from CC Loves that Kyle Chan was called from Tom Sandoval and Tom had allegedly had a pew pew, weapon and was having thoughts of no longer being with us. Tom Sandoval himself said that this season. He said that Kyle Chan literally saved his life. So I don't know if this creator is watching the show or if she watches it as closely as we do, but Tom Sandoval brought it up himself on the show. So it's not, I will talk about Bravo and NBC and the executives all day long, but only if the shoe fits, and it doesn't. Tom himself said that. Because remember when it was Kyle Chan and Sheena and Tom, and they were all talking after the whole thing where, remember when Tom Sandoval went to Sheena and was like, well, you've been a cheater too. And she's like, how dare you? And blah, 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 blah. And they had the huge blow up. And then the next day they're at Kyle Chan's talking about everything. It's during that time. It was during that episode of the episode before where Tom Sandoval himself said, I wouldn't be here without Kyle Chan. He is such a good man. He is such a good dude. If he ever needed me, I would be there for him. He literally saved my life. Those are Tom's words. Go back and watch the show. He said that himself. So it's not Bravo or NBC exploiting Tom's mental health for a paycheck. This is what Tom said himself. Additionally, Tom himself also said this season, he said Ariana talks about, and everybody talks about Ariana's mental health, but nobody talks about my mental health. They're asking me about how I'm doing or what my mental state is. Again, that's what Tom said himself about his mental state. Because to be honest with you, I get what he did with Rachel was wrong. I get that, of course. But to have the whole world come down on you so hard over and over and over again, that would mess with anybody's mental state. I don't care how strong of a person you are, how strong of a mind you have, that could really mess up with somebody's mental state. And even before that, he was like, she would always talk about hers. And again, I want to be very, 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 very clear. By no means am I anti or against Ariana or bashing her or saying that her mental health is not as valid or as important as Tom's mental health. I am not saying that by any means. All I am saying is that Tom Sandoval himself has spoken about how Kyle Chan, literally saved his life. Tom himself has talked about his own mental health struggles as well. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that both of their mental health is equally important and concerning and needs to be addressed and talked about and helped and healed. Both of them equally. Everybody's mental health is important. So by no means am I trying to diminish Ariana's mental health by any means. Now, also, what I disagreed with that content creator about is, and I wanted to play the clip because I think that she probably a lot of people probably feel the way she feels. And I think it's good to bring up different points of views and different opinions and different ways of looking at stuff and having like a healthy discussion and discourse. So I'm not like bashing the content creator by any means at all. I just think she brought up a lot of good points that I think would be good to talk about. So that's what I mean by that. Go give her a follow, go check out her stuff, definitely. So that's where I'm coming from with this. Because I think it's good to not just say what my opinion is, but to bring on other people's opinions and other people's thoughts and then have a discussion around it. So that's why. Okay. So, um, when she says that, they're bringing up Tom's mental health, but nobody said that he should get help. And, you know, they're making it, Lala and Sheena's, obligation for his mental health. That's also not true because Lala said that same thing. Lala said on the show in her confessional how she was like, well, I don't think it's okay for Lisa to make it to put the pressure on me and Sheena. If anything happens to Tom, we're going to regret it and it's on us to make it better, when, she should be saying to him he needs to get professional help. And we also don't know what is being said or done behind the scenes because again, no one has ever said to Ariana, at least I haven't seen it, maybe I'm wrong, from a production or a Lisa standpoint, you need to get professional mental health when her mental health has been talked about on the show as well. So we don't know what's going on behind the scenes about getting them help and what the mental status is. But Lala did say on the show, it's not up to her and Sheena to look after Tom's mental health. He needs professional, and that it's not right for Lisa to put that pressure on them. And I agree with that. I don't think that that was Lisa Vanderpump's intention to say that, you are responsible for his mental health. I think what she was saying was, look, he might be in a bad way. He might be struggling mentally. Let's give him a little bit of grace because if this does go sideways, none of us want to look back at this situation with regrets. So I hope because we don't know, I hope behind the scenes they're like, listen, you should talk to someone professionally. He was seeing like, spiritual guru people. He was doing that on the show. Um, Again, I think you need to do the spiritual guru people, coaches and the screaming and all that stuff 100%, but like also maybe get like a licensed mental professional to help you with that stuff too. And I think they both should work through that and unpack those things. So that's kind of where I land on that. So if this turns out to be true, that it is brought up about, Tom having a weapon and thinking of no longer being with us and calling Kyle Chan. I don't think that's Bravo and NBC exploiting his mental health. I think it's them bringing to light a real life situation that maybe could save someone's life, that maybe could, make somebody call someone or reach out for help if they find themselves in that same situation. I think the more that we talk about this stuff, the more we talk about struggling mentally and emotionally and spiritually, and the more we talk about reaching out for help and calling somebody when you feel low and not idolizing people on television like they're not humans, I think the more we talk about that and the more we normalize asking for help, I think that's the best thing. And I didn't see it as Bravo or NBC exploiting his mental health because he's the one who brought it up. And he himself said, we don't talk about my mental health, not to by any means diminish Ariana. I'm not saying that at all. But I do think that's very interesting, and we'll see if that happens. And what their reactions will be. I kind of have a feeling maybe Tom Schwartz already knows that. Maybe some of them already know stuff if it turns out to be true, but we'll see what their reactions are. We'll see. Now, where I did agree with her is I do think that season 11 was kind of a wash, and I do think the show should be over at this point. On that, I did agree with her. Where I disagreed with her is where she was saying, how she can't believe Lala is mad at Ariana and you know, how dare she think her livelihood is all about whether or not Ariana has a conversation with Tom Sandoval and you have your own storyline and blah, blah, blah. I mean, well, Lala was right because the show is done. So her livelihood was depending on Ariana showing up in a better way because nobody's storyline this season really landed because energetically the show was stuck. The show was stuck. It was just a very tense, a very awkward, very fake and phony at times show. And I think that the show energetically was just stuck because they weren't able, and nobody is saying that Ariana has to forgive Tom. Nobody is saying Ariana has to absolve Tom. But the show was just stuck. Nothing really happened and it was flat. And so Lala was right. Her livelihood was tied to whether or not Ariana was willing to, you know, show up to do her job. And she did not show up to do her job. And now the show is on pause. I mean, she was right. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why I didn't really agree with what that content creator was saying because I don't think that, and I think the content creator was seeing it through the lens of a viewer and not seeing it through the lens of the bigger picture of the situation. Because even the producers were saying, Ariana, we want you just to have this one conversation with him. And that's another reason why I kind of disagreed with the content creator. She's like, how dare production ask Ariana to have this conversation with Tom when this is her boundary and this is her mental health? And that, like, I think it's very dangerous when people weaponize therapy speech, weaponize boundaries and mental health as sort of this catch all for people to get away with doing whatever they want. Yes, people can have boundaries. Yes, your mental health and protecting your peace and your energy is super important and paramount. But at the end of the day, if Ariana is able to live in a house with him, and again, I don't think I'm not, this is where I also disagree with Lala. I don't think Ariana needed to move out the house. She decorated it. She put her money into it. She put her time into it. Her name is on that house. 100%, you stand 10 toes down to make sure you are financially in the right place to get out of that house before you move, right? So I don't think she had to get out of the house, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say it's because of these boundaries and because of my mental health. And I'm not saying even Ariana was saying the mental health part because I don't even think she was. But I'm just saying you can't say that, but then also live in the same house as this person when showing up to film a scene is literally your job. You can't cut it both ways that way. And I don't think that Ariana having a conversation with Tom on screen, in my opinion, is overstepping any true boundary or threatening her mental health in any way. She's been in scenes with him. She's just refusing to acknowledge his presence. And when she does, she's yelling at him and screaming at him, which I totally get because she's still mad and angry. But I think that sometimes people weaponize those terms in order to justify someone's behavior, you know? And that's just sort of where I land on that. So I don't really agree with what that content creator was saying on the whole, but I also think it's really good to have other people's opinions and other people's perspectives and sort of discuss it and dissect it and talk about everything. So shout out to that content creator. She's on TikTok. Go find her and give her a follow. All right, you guys. So with that, put it down below. Let me know what you guys think. What do you think about if this story is true? This rumor that they're going to talk about Tom Sandoval's mental health and that he was on the verge of no longer being with us and how Kyle Shan saved him. Is that exploiting his mental health or is it shining a light on tough conversations that we should be having that could potentially save someone? If this is true, thank God for Kyle Shan because I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. That would be horrific and horrible. So I think the more we talk about it and the more we take away the shame and the stigma and the blaming and using all of these, woke terms all the time, like exploiting, like, is it exploiting his mental health or are they talking about what this person was going through? Because we've all messed up. We've all made mistakes. We've all haven't been the best versions of ourselves. that doesn't mean that we're not allowed to get help and we're not allowed to get support and we're not allowed to be forgiven. That's kind of where I land on that. So I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Dun, dun, dun. All right, you guys. I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody wants to come up. And if not, I'm gonna take your candy cane questions and comments. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. All right. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. All right. Let's see here. Where did we start? Oh, we saw April's comment from earlier. All right. Barbara says, I'm definitely team Lala. Bye. Kyle says, hey, amigas. Hi, Candy. I love Ariana setting an example for people everywhere by standing by their truth boundaries. Yes. April says, I'm team Lala. Tay says, did you see how Sandoval spoke about Ariana? Mystery Singer says, peace. What's up, sweetheart? Bye. Kyle says they depended on her situation. Like be more interesting, maybe. I don't know. Kristen says Ariana was authentic. Giving Tom the time of day for his redemption would have been inauthentic. Okay. Hey, Natasha, you want to share?
Hi. Okay, you know I love you, right?
Uh-huh.
But I have to disagree with this whole home situation. I just think she didn't have that.
Wait, Natasha. Let me clarify. I did not say that she should not, that she had to move out the house and because she lived there, she should film. Because I saw your comments and I was like, I don't know, but go ahead.
Okay, maybe I heard wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't think that should be, and so like maybe I should direct this at other people.
Or maybe just say what your opinion is.
I'll cough.
There you go.
Hold on, I have to cough.
Okay.
Ooh, sorry. Okay. I just don't think that should be, and I'm not directing this at you, I'm just directing it in general. I don't think that should be used against her because she actually didn't have a choice, and regardless of how like traumatized she was, like if she left, she would have like it would have been considered abandoning the home, and she could have lost rights to it. So I think that that's just something that she had to, ultimately do. And then like so she was very like stern on her boundaries outside of it. And in a way, now and it sounds like to the untrained ear, if you just heard me talk right now, you thought I was an Ariana super fan. And if anyone has ever heard me talk, I've always been with Candy. Like, I don't like Ariana as a person that much. Like, I would never be friends with her. I don't like her personality. However, I feel like I'm almost looking at it like I almost like her enforcing boundaries because otherwise we would have had that stupid conversation like he had with Christian when he's like, I just want you to move on and be happy. Those fake tears. Can you imagine us having to suffer through that? It would have been awful. I almost like it's like, this is like, okay, this is how you do it. Put those boundaries down, girl. Like when you go through something like this, you don't want, like, it's almost like the boundaries help heal you. It's very it's very like important to put those down. Like I can't imagine even looking at my ex. Like I just like wish they would disappear. And so like I really like I can really empathize with her when she says I wish she would disappear. I feel like it took all her strength to live in that house because she had to. And I felt like when she was at work, she just like was like, I'll be here.
Uh-huh. Natasha? Did you mute yourself by accident? Natasha, I think you muted yourself. Okay, come back when you can, sweetheart. Tay, you want to go?
Yeah.
Okay, sound off, sweetheart.
Okay. I agree with Natasha is saying, if you can only take so much from Tom Sandoval that you have to move out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I understood everything you're saying, but you know, in my opinion, Ariana has every right. If she doesn't want to talk with her ex, she doesn't have to. And if Ariana doesn't want to film with her ex, who was looking for a moment in the finale,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Like she wasn't entertaining production, setting her up. She wasn't entertaining.
Yeah.
She was not
Mm-hmm.
entertaining Tom Sandoval's redemption story.
Mm-hmm.
I never entertained Sandoval's redemption story. Like Sandoval will not change. He will not take accountability for his actions. And the fact that Sheena and Lala are up Sandoval's butt, in my absolute opinion, is
Mm-hmm.
disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Like I just I feel like she was very acutely aware of like what was happening. This was the redemption arc, and I feel like you could pick up on like the cues of production and then like the actions of others. Um, although I don't think she was aware of like the girls talking as much as they were.
Yeah.
Um, but like I don't know. I just feel like that little Jeremiah guy was such a little slime ball. And then did you hear the hot
Yeah,
mic
he
moment at the
was.
end when he's like, "That was good"? I was like, "Ew, I'm gonna barf all over myself."
Yeah, that was disgusting. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
They
and at the reunion, if you watch the reunion, Lala and Lala was getting her dukes up and all that stuff. I think that Lala and Ariana, like they're gonna have beef at the reunion, and I'm siding with Ariana because Lala has talked too much shit about Ariana for
Too
far
much
too
stuff. Too much stuff, Tay Tay.
too much stuff about
Mm-hmm.
Ariana for far too long.
it's just the
She needs to
fakeness.
take several seats.
It's just the fakeness for me. Like I liked Lala because she's real and now I'm seeing like a different side of her that she's absolutely not. I don't like someone who's going to pretend to be like rallying for someone just for the bag. And when the bag dries up, you're like, oh yeah, now I'm trying to get this other bag on this show and amp it up. So now I'm against you now. And it's just like,
Let's see if Randall shows up next season. We'll see how Lala reacts to that. Since everybody wants to pile on Ariana for setting her boundaries and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I guess the thing is a couple of things with that, you guys. I think I've always agreed that Ariana did not have to leave that house. Her name was on the house. She put her money in that house, blood, sweat, and tears on that house 100%. But when it comes to her filming a scene with Tom Sandoval, at the end of the day, she's on a reality TV show. Her bosses are telling her this is the scene they want. She's refusing to do her job. And if her finances are tied up to the house and that's why she won't leave, the viability and the sustainability of the TV show she's on is also tied up to the livelihood of her co-stars. So when she stops doing her job and the show is now put on pause, everybody else's finances is also affected. So just as much as Ariana had every right to stay in that house because her finances were in it, everybody on that cast had the right to do what they needed to do to keep their jobs because their finances are also in it. And if your bosses say, we want to get a scene of you talking to Tom and you say no, that's you not doing your job. At the end of the day, it's not like it's our real friends we're talking about and we're like, "Oh my god, Ariana doesn't want to talk to her ex and she has every right not to." Well, she's showing
our
up to
real
do a
friends.
she's you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? It's like, "No, you're showing up to do a reality television show." All of them have had conversations and done things and had to talk about things that were hard and uncomfortable and embarrassing and not okay, but that's the job that they signed up to do. And I think that's really the point of what the rest of the cast is making, other than Katie, because Katie is like stuck in, her own stuff that's going on with her. But I think the majority of the rest of the cast is saying that, like, listen, we've all gone through it on this show. We've all been cheated on this show. We've all have cheated on people on this show. We've all done embarrassing things on this show. We've all had really hard conversations. Lala and Randall, for example, she was called out for not talking about Randall. He then came on the show because he had to, and she had to talk about it. She had to talk about him cheating on her and everything going on that she could talk about other than the legal stuff, because it was like in court and she wasn't allowed to talk about it. So they've all gone through it and shared those stuff and have bared parts of their life. But for Ariana to say, this is my hard stance, I'm not going to have any scene with him, is ridiculous. And is
But
like,
she did
and
film
is
with him.
very, no, I'm talking about this very specific scene that the producers wanted
trying to
her
set
to
up.
do. Exactly,
One
which was
moment.
her having the one-on-one conversation with Tom Sandoval.
But do we really, sorry, do we really want that scene though? I didn't need that scene. Me personally, I don't know. I'm
Me
just
neither.
asking. I'm just asking. in
I
general.
personally, I would have liked to have seen it 100%, because this is the thing. She had no problem protecting Tom and going through the motions and creating storylines and putting on a certain thing, as long as it benefited her and what her agenda was and what she wanted. But the moment it didn't benefit her, all of a sudden she's above it all. Like, no, you're on a reality show, girl. Like, come on. You knew who
Okay,
this
I
man
can see it
was.
from that perspective.
And at the end of the day, whether or not we, John Q public, wants to see it, her bosses want to see it. The people who
Can I
are
say
paying her
something?
want to see it. Yeah, you can, but 1 second. Want to see it. And at the end of the day, everybody, they're trying to still have a show that just got canceled. Well, canceled, whatever you want to call it. So they did lose their jobs. Go ahead, Tay Tay.
All right, so the reason why production wanted Ariana and Tom to talk was because Sandoval could do the exact same thing as he did to Ariana the previous attempts. He wanted to gaslight Ariana. He wanted to victim blame Ariana. He wanted his crocodile tears and all that stuff. And Ariana was not having that. And Katie Maloney was a real one for standing by Ariana. I don't care what anyone says.
I hope Ariana is a real one to Katie though. That's just my only thing.
Exactly. It's more
think
like
about that.
it's more convenient. And that's what I'm saying.
Like,
It's
I'm a straight shooter. Everyone can get it.
yeah,
Like,
and Ariana's never been a real one to anyone but Tom. And now because it's Mad Day, all of a sudden she's like exalted from having to do her job. And that's another thing. We actually don't know what Tom would have said because the conversation never happened. So we're speculating what we think he would have said. Sure, we could say, well, this is how he's been, but we actually don't know what he would have said because the conversation didn't happen.
But I mean, to be fair, it was giving very performative.
And now the
throughout
show
whole
is
scene.
over. I mean,
I agree
the
with
whole
you.
show is performative.
True. They might as well just
like you don't think these people, all of these people are model actors. The whole show is performative. The whole show
True.
is
I wonder
performative.
if it's just like us just applying a real. Again, I wonder if. Okay, this is me being, trying to be a little self-aware.
No, it's okay.
I'm trying to be self-aware here, and I wonder if I take a step back,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm maybe once again applying my experiences to the situation. Although there are some times, like with the house thing, I don't think that should be held against her. But however,
I
when you
agree.
mention it, like, with the show and how she had no problem hiding Tom stuff all the other times, I could see that. And then when your bosses tell you to, I could see that, even if your bosses are grimy. See, like, there's so many, like there's two things can be right at the same time kind of thing. That's why this is
100%.
hard.
And there's always things about our jobs that we don't want to do, and we have to grit and bear and do it. Like, I don't care what job you have in this world, even if you are self-employed, there are things about your job that you don't like, but as a mature adult who, unless you have a huge trust fund and you just don't have to work like that, you do the shitty things you don't want to do because it's your job. And to be honest with you, everybody on that show, whether they have been faking it, performative or not, have had really hard, embarrassing, tough conversations on the show because that's the job. And if you don't want to do that, then don't be on a reality TV show.
Yeah,
You know?
I think she should
And I
have
want to
probably
say
taken a break.
I'm very proud of you, Natasha, for saying that, because I think it's true that we all of us, myself included, in these reality shows particularly, we do kind of bring our stuff to it and we see it through our own lens, and we are subjective in it as if it's us versus being objective as if just watching as a third perspective. So I'm very proud of you for saying that, because I think, myself included, we all do that sometimes. And I think that has happened a lot in this one particular situation, because Ariana can have her boundaries. She can be angry and not want to F with her ex, but then at the same time, don't continue to film a reality show with him and then mess up everybody else's bag.
I can see why the resentment. However, like I agree with. I still don't like the fakery that I'm seeing. There's like a lot of things like I agree with that. It's like it's hard because this isn't black and white, and there's like a lot going on at the same time. Like although I agree with that segment and that perspective from the other cast, I also don't agree with the fakery because I don't like that, and I think Sheena is not a real friend.
Who's being fake?
Lala.
You think
I
Lala's
agree with that.
being fake? How is Lala being fake? Walk me through it.
Well, the main one that stood out and was the most blatant was when she was like literally talking S about her, and then the next scene asking her, "Hey girl, can I have," thank God she said no, was like, "No, my house is too dirty," or whatever. And it's just, I don't feel like she was up front, and I really saw her take full advantage of this whole thing. And the only reason why she made the money that she made was because she pretended to rally for Ariana. And no one can deny that.
Facts.
She would not, if she didn't pretend, if she wasn't on Ariana's side pretending to rally so hard, that girl would have never made like as much money at all.
I think that this is what I think. I think that Lala wasn't necessarily saying like, I'm writing so hard for Ariana. I think that Lala was writing so hard against Sandoval for everything that Sandoval has done to her in the past, yelling at her, putting her down, judging her, telling all this stuff. And then for it to be exposed that he's such a big hypocrite and everything. Also rallying so hard because she's really close friends with James, and Rachel was James's ex-fiance, and look what she did to him, rallying so hard. And then, yes, also rallying behind Ariana during that time. And I think that the majority of the cast is like, yes, we rode for you, we got it, but there comes a point where we kind of have to let this dissipate. We have to find a way to move forward. We're not saying that Tom is this amazing guy and screw Ariana, but there comes a point in time where everybody has to find a way forward. And I think that is what Lala and Sheena, and other than Katie, pretty much the rest of the cast, James was on the corner doing his own thing. That's really what they were saying. They're not saying, Ariana, screw you. Tom, we forgive you and you're now amazing. They're just saying, okay, we get it. This happened, but we can't stay stuck in this. We have to find a way forward. Unfortunately, they stayed stuck in it, and now the show is canceled.
I mean, unfortunately, I think they should have waited.
I agree. I think they should have waited.
Because this was only 3 months after, so like no one was going to move forward.
So they say, well, Ariana did. She has a whole new man. So she did move forward. She
I don't know if that's 100% moving forward.
She moved forward 8 days later. So there's that. But I also think when it comes to Ariana's stance on not wanting to film one particular scene with Tom, because that's really what it boiled down to, was all the producers wanted was one-on-one conversation with Ariana and Tom Sandoval. That's what they wanted. That was it. I wonder if, because we're talking about finances and all of that stuff and people's livelihood, I wonder if Ariana had not gotten Broadway and Lifetime and, Dancing with the Stars and Love Island and all of this stuff, if her livelihood was pretty much the show, I wonder if she would still have kept such a hard stance on not talking to him. Because I think she had that level of bravado because she felt like, I don't need this anymore. And if that is, and I'm not saying that's how she truly felt because I don't know, I'm just speculating, then that is kind of wrong because then you're holding the rest of the cast and the rest of the storyline hostage. Because I wonder if she was as invested in the livelihood of the show for herself if she would have moved the same way. And I don't think I personally, again, I don't know, this is my speculation. I think she would have moved differently if she did not have all this money coming in from all these other endeavors. And I would be pissed because if I'm at my job and my coworker has has family money, all this money, I'm just making this up, whatever, this big trust fund money, or they just won the lottery and they have all this money now. And now they come to the job and we are a team and they don't do any work. They don't listen to the bosses. They don't help with the project. They don't show up for the meeting. And now all of a sudden, because I'm on a team that people didn't do their job at, I'm now fired and out of a job and I need that money for my life. But my coworker doesn't need that money because they got this trust fund. They got the lottery winning. I'm going to feel some type of way.
Okay, I can see that.
Especially before that coworker winning the lottery, they had no problem tapping in and pretending and being, because Ariana was just as performative as Tom was, pretending like she was in a happy relationship with him. But now because it's mad day for her all of a sudden, that's what I'm saying. It's not just, we're not looking at our friends going through something. We're looking at people who are coworkers on a job. And that's the perspective I'm looking at it for when it comes to how Lala and Sheena are moving. That's more what it is. If it was different and they weren't coworkers and it wasn't attached to their bag or livelihood, then I might feel a different type of way. But I think at the end of the day, that's really where they are coming from.
I can see that. And I can also see how, like,
also because they were never really friends. Lala and Ariana were never friends like that. I'm pretty sure both of them looked at each other as coworker first, not friend first.
That's why I didn't like the whole, regardless of whether Lala was really doing it for anti-Sandoval or whatever, she knew that the world thought it was supporting Ariana. And that's actually why she made money. Had she just been like, no, I'm just anti-Sandoval, she would not have made that money. And that's just the point. And that's the part that I'm struggling with. But I agree that, like, when you're with that, it's because it's kind of like breaking the fourth wall. They couldn't explain that. So they did just come across a different way because they weren't able to fully explain that, I think.
Yeah, that's why they broke the fourth wall at the finale. That's why at the I don't know if you watched it yet, but at the season finale, that's exactly what they talk about. That's what Lala talks about, and that's what the whole thing is about the fact that they're like, well, wait a minute, like, you're not showing up, you're not doing the scenes, and this is a job and we're working and this is the show, and Tom Sandoval talks about it to the producers. So at the very end of the finale, when they break the fourth wall, that's what they're talking about, because the producer Jeremiah is like, no, like, why are you running away? Don't run away, we just want you to have this scene. And she's like, no, I'm not doing it, and she storms off. And that's why Tom's like, well, I love it because it makes me look good. Like, you guys see, I showed up to work. I showed up to do my job. And she's the one not doing it. And then that's when Sheena and Lala break the fourth wall and they say, like, this is what's going on. We're trying to shave the soap. We're trying to do our job. And she won't talk to him. Like, that's really at the end of the day what's going on. And I don't agree about the Lala thing and her making money off of it. Everybody made money off of Sandoval. Everybody did.
Right.
Everybody made money off of Sandoval. And the thing with Lala is, and I also think with Sheena too, because Sheena even said it to Ariana. She said, I can't continue to hate him for you. I think everybody pretty much supported Ariana 1000%. But that support has to evolve into something different. You can't just be.
I think it was fake support. I don't think it ever was real.
See, I don't think it was. I think it was real, but there has to come to a point where you can't just stay stuck in anger and hating somebody and not moving on for Ariana. Like that's really what they're saying. They're like, we rode for you, we are with you. We know we agree with you, we had your back, but at the end of the day, we have to find a path forward.
I
That's
don't
really
know.
what they were saying.
Yeah.
We
I,
have to
I,
find a way forward. That's what they were saying.
I just wish that Ariana would have been honest and said, like, I can't actually film because it's not fair to my coworkers. Like, I'm not able to do it. I won't be able to do these scenes because of like it's just too soon and
Mm-hmm.
I feel the trauma too much or whatever she feels. And I don't want to, show up half but because and then like have everyone resent me for it. So I wish she would have had the wherewithal because for her to say though, on like this is just on the other hand, sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
wishy-washy, but like I said, things are layered. For her to say I wasn't in a financial place, so I had to do it. Girl, that's being selfish too. So all of
Mm-hmm.
your checks haven't come in, so you're gonna do it and knowing that you weren't gonna be able to do it full force and everyone was. And you just expected everyone to just like, what did you expect from them? You know? But
Yeah.
then again, I don't know. I would feel a certain type of way. I think she just wasn't ready. And I think she was being selfish about it. And I
I
think
agree.
that they probably feel that way. Do I also think they're being a little selfish and shady? Yes. I think it's two things, again, like multiple things are right at the same time. And I think ultimately it was a very tough situation because the audience was demanding the story to be continue at ASAP. And I don't think that 3 months was a long enough time. In retrospect, we're like, we want to see right now, right now. But like the story didn't have enough time to develop. They were still kind
Yeah.
of where they were, but then expected to develop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then by the time it actually aired, we, the public, were so far removed from it that
Exactly.
it was like the timing just didn't make sense because they filmed it too fast without any healing. But then by the time it aired, we had already moved on. So we're looking at people who are unhealed. And so it's almost like
A year later, unhealed. And we're
year
like,
later
what's going
unhealed,
on?
and it's really choppy. And also it's like anytime in any friendship group, like say like your friends break up or get divorced at some point in time, and your friend is still like bashing the ex, at some point in time we're like, yeah girl, I know he cheated on you, yeah girl, I know he's bad, but like and what's next, and like something else, like you can't just keep. And that's why the season didn't work, because it was beating this dead horse over and over and over again. And it's like, what did you think was like, what? Nothing happened in the season. That's why it really didn't work. And then because like Alala and Sheena are like, okay, like we get it, but like let's move on, let's have something else. Like, okay, girl. People are like, oh, they're jealous, they're fake, they're this or that. But I'm like, are they, or are they just like 3 months removed from a situation to happen that someone that is their friend, sure, friend for Sheena, but not really Lala, like co-star worker, like we get it. But at the same time, it's almost like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
But Sheena should have
there's
known,
also
like,
that part
don't
of it
go up
too.
to her and ask for advice on how to be friends with. Like, I
I agree
mean,
with you on that. I do think Sheena could have reined that in a little bit. She was kind of too much with that. I agree. I agree with that part.
yeah.
yeah, and I understand she was trying to move the story along, but like, Sheena, you're actually her real friend or claimed to be. And that was ridiculous. So, like, I don't know. But that's my kind of my grievances. I've noticed with, like, I don't think it's the same way in the United States and Australia. I'm not England and Australia. 'Cause
Mhm.
I feel like they film and then it gets aired a lot quicker. For some reason in the United States, it takes like literally a year. And I think I talked to this with Adam before because he kind of confirmed that because I've kind of noticed it when I've watched like UK versions of shows, and then I
Mhm.
found out they were filmed like not that much long before it was aired. And see, like
Mm.
that's so much nicer. Like the
Mhm.
fact that we have to wait like nearly a year does create a gap. Like it's weird to witness it because these people are so far removed, especially with this new online social media. We see what we're
Mhm.
doing, but then we're supposed to watch a show of them a year ago,
Mm.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work. So I don't know why other countries can get together or why they need to take their sweet time editing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe there's a special law. I don't know. But I would love to
Not
know,
a special
you
law.
know, because I
Mm-hmm.
find it weird and it is creating a disconnect.
100%. 100%.
I
You
blame
guys have said,
production.
oh, keep going, Tay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I blame production
Mm-hmm.
uh for filming season 11 too soon after Sandoval happened because if
Mm-hmm.
they have waited a lot more longer, maybe Ariana would have, cooled down a bit. I like Ariana. I'm team Ariana. I saw her grow a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but as a Sandoval, what he, but as a Sandoval, like I just still could not believe anything he said.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Sheena, like Sheena admitted that everything is about her
Mm-hmm.
since day one. Like what I know that. And did you see the scene? It was on the uncensored, unedited version I watched this morning uh that deranged fan like got in the
Oh,
VIP.
yeah. That was scary. He's looked unhinged.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unhinged.
he looked unhinged. That was
Wait,
crazy.
what? Can someone tell me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was on Peacock, you should if you haven't watched it,
Yep.
go check it out. But regardless, also uh my take on Katie versus Joe, I'm Team Katie. And let's not
Mm-hmm.
forget that Joe was one of the people involved in the foursome at Big Bear.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
True. Very true.
Not to mention she's literally in a picture at Thanksgiving dinner Denny with
Mm-hmm.
Ariana and Tom. And you know what? That dinner they were fully acting as a couple. So
100%.
Joe is completely full of S.
Yep.
She is
never believed us.
incapable of accepting any capability and fully in her victimhood, just like everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Tom is a covert narcissist, like we've always said
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Schwartz. And it's just, I just don't understand. I hope Ariana stands up. I don't think she does if everyone apologizes to her. But why didn't Ariana stand up and said, like she said in that confessional, I wish she would have and been like, girl, you are pretending that you didn't know, which is a complete lie. It's impossible for you to have not known. And you're doing that to take any kind of blame against yourself so you can play this victim role. Like this is, and like, ugh, it just makes me
Mm-hmm.
mad. Kaylee, we know your MO. We know what you did with the other girl's boyfriend, how
Not
you got to LA
Haley.
in the
Mm, drop the government
first.
name. Drop it.
Like, stop it, Kaylee. We're on to you. No, we're not buying what you're selling. Sorry, girl. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Word.
Yeah, I don't even.
Yep.
I'm doing the Kaylee. If we had to do the Rachel, I'm doing the Kaylee.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Very
had enough
well.
of her. I don't like this. And apparently her lives on Instagram are completely unhinged and crazy.
Nah. I
She's a
know.
loon. And
She's
she needs,
alone.
and all the smoke she's giving to Katie, she needs to give to Schwartz. Like
And
Katie isn't the one who like had sex with you and used you and discarded you. Like that was all Tom Schwartz. That was T Money, boo boo, not
yeah,
Katie.
like Katie is actually the person that you effed over to get to
Exactly.
Tom, thinking you were gonna run away together and marry the prince. When that didn't happen,
Yep.
you're still somehow like supporting the prince and then like making the villain out of the person who really is the victim in all this. It's bonkers. It's giving. You're a narcissist too. No wonder
Mm-hmm.
you like Tom. Like, it's just too much. These people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joe
I
sucks.
agree. Yup.
Yeah, not a fan of Joe.
Me neither.
I don't.
She
I'm
needs to
like.
get off my
I'm.
screen
Does anyone
ASAP.
even buy hers? I don't. I've never seen anyone buy into Joe, which I'm grateful for. I could be wrong, but like at least there's some like hope in humanity, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because like at least we're all in a group. We can all come together, right?
Yep.
Because it's
100%.
crazy. She's too much. I'm like,
I
Yeah,
stop.
no
agree.
more Billy, no more Joe, no more Rachel. Get him off my screen.
And with Valley,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, sorry, I had to swallow. Um, with the Valley, I kind of think you're right. I saw that and I was just like, why is he bringing her? I feel like this is very strategic of him to bring her to the taping of Watch What Happens Live. First, I'm just like, he very much wants. But then I noticed how him and Jax are becoming closer and closer. And I think that's strategic on both their ends. I feel he's like, okay, yeah, come over here. Michelle and Jesse are like nuts, like blah, blah, blah. These people are like annoying. We only got Crispin. Why can't I talk today? Kristen.
You're doing great, girl.
Oh, you're doing great, sweetie. I don't even watch Kardashians, but I know that line. But we have Kristen like holding up the anger and like that's bad, you know? And like because all these people because honestly I cannot stand Janet. I just don't like the look in her eyes. I think she's like a
Ugh.
nasty, selfish, horrible person. And frankly, who is friends with her? Was it Sheena?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'm side-eyeing Sheena. You are who your friends are,
Yep.
baby girl. And what's her face? What is the girl that we said is a pick me?
Jasmine.
Jasmine.
I
See,
can't
I
stand
forgot her
Jasmine.
name. I can't
She
stand
is
her.
so boring and weird and bland and pick me-ish. Like,
And
get her off
fake.
my screen. I'm like, as a black woman, I'm offended that she is our token. Like, they could have got me to do that job, and I would have done it way
Not
better. Okay.
token. I'm dead.
Okay. I could have done it, guys. I could have done it. I could have tagged in real quick. Not Jasmine though.
You don't even know those people and you would have done a better job. You'd be like, hey guys,
Exactly.
here's the deal. So there's this. And they'd be like, okay. Yeah, she's the worst. I didn't like her from the get. I just like peeped her vibe when she was just describing how she knows everyone. It was something
Mhm.
about the tone in her voice. I can't explain it. If that makes sense. It was like, hey, yeah. So like we just kind of like blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, not into it. Nope. And then just watching her kind of be two-faced and just played both fences and just like not really be funny or that interesting. I was just like, no.
It was when she lied on Kristen to save Janet. That's when I was like, nah, this is some deep pick me behavior. Because Kristen is the one who got you on the show. You're friends through her. And like that's the dynamic. And you're clearly lying because even Zach said, no, Janet said this. And then at the table, she was like, me and this one never had that conversation. It's like, you're lying.
You're
You're
lying.
sitting here lying for Janet. And then and this is the gag. And then Janet turns around and doesn't even invite you to her baby moon. So you up here clapping and lying for Janet, throwing Kristen, who actually like helped you out under the bus, and you're not even invited to the party because they don't really like you, boo boo, Jasmine. They don't know you and they don't like you, and you're not even invited to the baby moon.
She was invited.
No, she wasn't invited. Janet didn't invite Kristen. She did not invite Luke. She did not invite Zach. Zach was crying, and she did not invite Jasmine.
I feel like I watched that episode and I didn't see it.
It was last night's episode.
Was
Watch
it
at the end.
Oh, I
Watch
didn't
at
see
the
that
end.
yet.
I need to see the end.
Watch at the end because Janet only she says, "Oh, it's couples only," and she didn't invite.
Was that when they had the hibachi
Jasmine.
grill?
No, this was the last episode. This was when Kristen had the James May event for her t-shirt line.
Oh yes,
because Nia had like her kung fu event, and Janet was like, "Well, if Kristen's coming, I'm not coming."
I saw that part.
Yeah,
to be honest, I saw like part of it, and then I got tired.
Yeah, if you watch the last few scenes, Janet doesn't invite Kristen, Luke, or Jasmine and Zach to her baby moon, and Zach cries because he's like, well, wait a minute. I didn't do anything to you, Janet. Like, why are you excluding me? Like, I get it that I'm single, but like, we're all a part of this group together. Like, I didn't do anything to you.
Yeah,
And then she didn't invite Jasmine either. And Jasmine's been all up Janet's butt, literally looking like a fool on TV, because it's like, you're literally lying for this woman who doesn't even know you or like you like that. And it's on television proving that you're lied because Zach was like, no, this happened. Kristen said it happened. And you're the only one saying it didn't happen when Janet was the one who said it to you. And then Janet even admitted she said some stuff to you.
And so
it's crazy.
And clearly she doesn't even care about you. She doesn't care about anyone but herself.
No,
so
she was
she's
just
not the
using
hat
you.
to throw. You should throw your hat in that ring. Like
Mhm.
you really shouldn't. I don't know. It just goes to show you. Meanwhile, you were siding with her and turning against your real friend who got you on the show. And it's like shows your true colors. I would never want to be friends with you ever again because I watched what you did. And oh, it didn't work out. Now you want to come back. Oh no, if Janet would have invited you, we would have still been doing this. That's the thing.
Janet's trifling.
She really is.
She's very trifling. She wants to be the number one girl of the group. Janet,
she really does.
Down.
Janet, you'll never be. I'm sorry,
You'll never
dear.
be, Janet. Never.
You really aren't. You weren't
like,
good enough for Vanderpump. You're
and
not
how tacky.
Cool.
Like looking at people's houses and being like, I know how much people pay in taxes. Like that is so tacky. It's like if you're going to be tacky, don't say it in public. Like keep it to yourself, girl.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
It is.
Like that sounds very unhinged and weird, Janet. Right. Like just to let you know, I'm giving you a little tip here. Yeah, there's something really off with her. I think her husband's kind of weird too. Now that every time I see him, he seems like very beta, and I don't know.
Yeah, there's something weird with him too. Like he's like I bet you he's like a secret freak or something. Like there's something off about Janet and Jason.
Yes, there is. I can't put my finger on it, but it's there. I just don't know what it is yet.
Sheena and Jason hooked up.
Wait, what?
What?
When did that come out?
Jason hooked up. That came out on the after show.
Who hasn't Sheena hooked up with? Can we talk about it?
They talked about it on the after show when they were talking about exes and stuff. Janet said that, oh no, it's fine. We're all friendly with our exes. You know, we're friendly with Sheena and Jason had a thing.
Sheena's hooked up with everybody.
That's what I mean. She really has. And I'm not trying to be a hater, but like, it's kind of crazy. But I'm sorry, I don't, whether you agree with Sheena in this instant, I just don't like her as a human being. I think that she's pretty selfish and she has that pick-me spirit where she is pick-me for men. And sadly, like women will want to like end up probably like with more men when you're like that. And it's just like, you don't have to be, and you got to stop like, and you can just tell because it's almost like she has this fantasy that she understands men than more so than other people. Like it's weird. I don't like it. I don't trust her. Like I can't. And I really wanted to. I really gave it a shot. Yeah, I did. And I supported her through this whole thing. But I'm like, I'm sorry. It just always comes back to that. Like I just can't. I can't like with her. I tried. I did. I gave it a Girl Scout effort. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. And then, oh my God, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Like my volume just randomly shut up. But yeah, I don't know. I do think, back to what I was saying, what do you think? Do you think Jax hooked up with that girl? I don't think so.
Wait, who's that girl?
I know. I just like jumped subjects
that girl.
Like,
There's
way
so
too fast.
many girls. I was like
in my head, there was a smoother transition to like the next subject matter. But Jax and Sandoval's girl.
No.
I know. I was joking in the chat when I said that, but
no. I think
you're right about it.
I think it's just a PR stunt. I really do. Because now all of a sudden they randomly refollow each other. Like it's just, to me, we talk about performative stuff. I think at this point, they're all in on it. Like it's so, the reason why Sandoval was so huge was because that was something that was actually real and unplanned. And you could feel the rawness of it. Where now it's like all of these storylines and blind items and Dumas and following on Instagram and TikTok. I mean, at the end of the day, at this point, they're all playing the game. Like, they're all in on this stuff. You know what I mean?
And
like,
they underestimate our awareness of it.
Yeah. Like if they are in the paparazzi, if they're in page 6, if they're calling back grid, that's the thing. They're all in on it. So when you look at this, we either have to look at it one or two ways. We're either going to look at it from a critical standpoint and understanding that all of these people are in on it. They're planting these stories. They are calling the paparazzi on themselves. It's all pretty much orchestrated. It's a reality show, but it's scripted reality. It literally has producers and executives. Come on. Or we're going to look at it from a perspective of, I'm going to, suspend belief or whatever it's called. I'm going to use this as escapism. I'm putting my critical thinking hat aside, and I'm just going to enjoy this as if it were true, as if it were reality, as if this is all just happening, and I'm simply going to enjoy it as a piece of entertainment.
Like you showed me what you wanted me to do with the villa.
Exactly, with the villa. I was like, this is not a documentary, Natasha.
That's what I had to tell myself to watch the villa.
You're right. So it's like,
I was like, why are they partying with the guests?
You're like, they're not supposed to fraternize. I was like, it's the show. Like, that's a part of the whole shtick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a part of the gimmick. That's a part of it. Of course, they're going to fraternize with the guests. Those are storylines. That's drama. That's a part of it. That's all of it. So when we watch these shows, we have to decide, and by we, I just mean like in general, how am I going to approach this piece of content? Am I going to look at it through that critical lens of understanding all of these people are literally playing their part? Or am I just going to shut that down and just enjoy this as entertainment and fantasy and escape into what's going on? And I think that when we do that, then we're able to have different types of conversations. Because when I'm talking about Vanderpump Rules, I'm looking at it through that critical lens of, these are people playing their parts for a paycheck. Let's talk about those dynamics. But some people look at it like, no, they're friends. You're two-faced. How dare you? And it's just like, it's a show. Hey, boss man.
I know. I had a brief stint of doing that. Sorry.
I can do.
No, you're fine, Natasha. Don't apologize.
Oh my God, Adam.
Boss man.
How
What's
are
up,
you guys?
Adam?
I unfortunately haven't been able to watch the episode.
How dare you?
Hey you.
Inappropriate.
Hey you. My UK version of Peacock from NBC has their server has shut down. Like, literally, when I open the app or on my website, it just says, sorry, we're having technical issues.
I thought you were going to say just as sorry.
But I saw the clips on OMFG reality TV, and it is a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's kind of like
Adam.
It's the latest. It's kind of like the latest episode of Made in Chelsea. It's that much of a mess. But,
oh God.
Oh God. Don't
Adam,
twist this to Made in Chelsea.
Adam, I will talk to you. Adam, I will talk to you privately about Made in Chelsea, because I have so many thoughts. Like tonight, like it's going down in your DM. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Let me stop.
I look forward to that. Okay. My opinion is that everyone is kind of just doing a bit too much, and that reunion trailer was a sleeping pill. Like, I can't believe that Joe got a better cut than Lala in the reunion trailer. Let alone I mean, what has she only been on, like 5 of the 15 episodes, and yet she's got a better cut. And to all those who said it in the comments before me, I echo whoever said they don't want Billy Lee ever on their screen again, because I can't.
That's a collective. Yes.
That's just a universal Yeah.
because
You're not getting zero pushback. Zero.
They've got the same disposition to me as just some wet wipe that like kind of just is obnoxious, kind of like that head teacher that just wants to look out for moments to pick on one student that they hate.
Mm-hmm.
Very specific, but okay. I'm just kidding.
But overall, as controversial as it is, judging from the clips, I kind of agree with what Lala said about Ariana, that she is taking this whole thing that she's acting like she's Beyonce, and I, have the same attitude as Candy when it comes to the house. Yeah, you have your name, you've worked hard, you've earned the millions, whatever. Yeah, the house is yours, you own 50% of it, whatever. But if you can handle that situation, but for the sake of your co-workers, you can't have a conversation with a cast member. And I saw the clip online that even the executive producer guy said like, are you seriously just kind of flipping at someone and running away?
Mm-hmm.
But like that to me kind of it's strange because like from the reunion to the start of filming this season, I overheard just a bit of what Natasha was saying, that kind of maybe they kind of just pushed it too fast and was like, yep, time to shoot for the cameras. But
wait, Adam, isn't it true over there that your reality TV, the turnover rate is a lot shorter? I think you and I talked about this before.
Yes.
Yeah, it takes too long over here. I don't understand why it takes so long, but we shouldn't have to wait a year. I just remember it was like, remember when we were talking and we were like January 30th, they were advertising it before Christmas, that it was coming out January 30th. I was like, that's almost February. What?
It's kind of strange because your way, for example, with like Beverly Hills, Atlanta, Vanderpump, you just do one massive season, usually of like 18 to 22 episodes, whilst our way we kind of do that as 2 seasons, kind of, but it would be 12 episodes a season, kind of like how it is with Made in Chelsea. And and when this show, as Natasha said, we got this trailer in January, and we had to.
No, it was before Christmas.
Yeah, before Christmas rather, and had to wait 500 years for it. Like, I don't know. I feel that
it was almost insulting.
It kind of actually, as a fan of the show, that kind of was like a massive slap in the face.
For real.
But I hope it's not the end of the show, but it kind of looks that way because
I do.
Because the way that they ended it with the montage.
Yes,
it was a series.
I think
yeah, it was giving series.
I think they, as much people from all the tabloids are saying, oh no, it's not the end, but for them to do that montage at the, it kind of shows an inkling that they had some thoughts themselves that the show may get cancelled.
Also, and beyond the montage, because I agree with you 100%. When I saw that montage, I was like, okay, we're done. But also the fact that the producers, who very clever, if I was a producer, I think I would have made the same choice. They kept that part, that the last part of the finale, out of the screeners that everybody gets. So they all collectively saw the end of the finale together during the reunion. That gives series finale vibes. Because if they weren't planning on ending the series, why wouldn't they just let the entire cast watch like they usually do? And then you can also, when we watch the reunion, look at Lisa Vanderpump's energy, because she is the executive producer. It's her show. She already knows the show is paused or canceled, whatever you want to call it. And you can tell she knows that. And I think she feels a little guilty. Andy
And she
Cohen
wanted it to end
obviously-
last year.
Yeah, Andy Cohen obviously doesn't know anything because he's not a producer on the show and he doesn't prepare, so he doesn't know anything. But Lisa definitely does. And the fact that they purposely left that part out to get their reactions during the reunion all points to the executives already made the choice to bottle the show. But keep going, Adam.
I just think, like out of all the shows on this network in the UK, this Atlanta and Beverly Hills were the top three. Not knocking the other shows, like, but this is like the show that, other than Beverly Hills and Atlanta, that kind of got me into more of the reality TV, American reality TV, and for this show to end, for them to do the montage, that was like, okay, is this really is kind of the end of the era? And as you said, Sheena and Lala bought these homes on the border of the Valley and Beverly Hills and Sherman Oaks, because they're probably like, okay, if this is the end of the era of this show, let's transition to this show, The Valley. And The Valley, I've got up to episode 4. Slowly working my way up. And with that show, I don't know, to me, it needs some spice. It needs some seasoning, because that show, it's got this whack cast members with the good ones. For me, the person I like on the show the best is Jesse. In terms of it,
Yeah,
he's kind of got that edge to him where it's kind of like, okay,
hey, you guys, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Hold down the fort. I'm trusting you guys. Hold down the fort, okay? Keep talking.
Okay. Where it's kind of
no problem.
that comedic edginess, and kind of and for a real estate agent, I was kind of blown away with his humor, because I saw some clips on Queens of Bravo, and the guys actually got some good banter. But his whole messy situation with this probably soon to be divorcing his wife.
They are divorced, or they're divorcing at the moment.
But I did feel, because I'm at the stage where what that whole Kristen thing about the wife being a Republican and a racist.
Okay, so how do you feel like how that panned out? Because see how we were saying how like they just all completely blame her and throw it under the thing, and you almost have sympathy for Kristen in this moment, because you realize that these scumbags used her to get on a show, and now they're all collectively using her to be relevant on the show at her expense.
I mean, to me, the Janet.
I can't stand Janet.
Like,
Me
neither. I don't have like an issue. Maybe
give it time, let it cook a little bit.
I don't have any issues with her, but like she kind of gives off just sus.
She's a mean girl.
She kind of looks like something's
She's
always
snaky.
about to irritate her. She's kind of got those I'm always looking at you eyes, like they're gonna pop out.
Wait, who? And I'm back. Thank you guys.
Janet.
Janet.
Because she's always got these eyes
give
that
her
kind
more
of like.
time. You'll see it.
But a lot of people online are saying that her husband is pretty much like the male equivalent of Wendy Yosifo, because he's kind of like making his life about his career being a lawyer or something.
He just all his anecdotes are like all like lawyer speak, and we're like, we get it.
It's like we said, when you make your personality your profession, it never lands.
And to me, I feel that as it's the first season, for there to be a major cast change would be a gamble. But there's some people I don't want to see again. I don't want to see what's her name, Jasmine, who's like this discount Janelle Monáe. Like, look,
Oh no,
I mean, she clearly went to like her hairstylist and just said, like, look at this.
No, I'm shook, Adam, because that was like scarily accurate. Like,
No, it's 100% accurate.
I'm accurate with my descriptions.
Adam.
I'm the
Sometimes
British,
Adam, like,
Wow.
really
I'm the British
knows,
shade assassin here.
and you're like,
I'm
okay,
Like, not the po man.
and you're like, okay, I see why we're friends.
Janelle
Okay,
Monáe. Keep going, boss.
And I mean, it's kind of people. I would even go to the stage, and it's hard to say this, that she's worse than Ali from James's girlfriend in terms of discount people. I mean, she's just her personality is discounted. Like, you know, it's kind of when you get everything half price and like Walmart or something, like that's her personality to me. But I like Danny and Nia, but for them to have a happy escape, as Candy was saying, maybe that would be the best interest.
like get out while they can.
But I like them on the show. I like Jesse. I can't.
What do you think about Michelle?
I think she's got some self-esteem problems. I don't know, like kind of
Michelle? Sorry,
I cannot stand Michelle at all.
I know exactly.
I don't know what show you're watching.
sorry.
Okay,
Like, hold up.
like
You give them an inch and they just
Take a mile.
like to me, I'm only on episode 4, and she kind of has this thing where she kind of is rigid. Like, it's almost like everything must be her way or the highway, otherwise something is like the end of the world. I don't know. To me, she comes off like someone that you don't want to have a business with, let alone live with. But she kind of is a character. I don't know. I kind of am torn with her. Like, she's not someone who you'd want to have a business with, neither nor live with. But she is a character. I actually prefer her over
a character. She's like
I prefer her.
A villain, maybe.
Yes, yeah, a villain character. But I would say, to me, I wouldn't want to be associated with I feel bad for Jesse, kind of just like how I feel bad for you know, as you were saying with some of these other shows with like the Summer Houses with Carl and Lindsay and Kat. Like, to me, it's a bit. But I'd rather, if the last two humans on Earth were Brittany and this Michelle woman, I would, as it is hard to say, I'd probably pick the Michelle woman.
Okay, can I say something? This was really bothering me when I watched part of the Valley. Okay,
the Valley?
This is good. Okay.
Sound off, Natasha.
Mucho, take it easy, Adam. I'm just kidding. So when they were at the hibachi thing, I don't know if that was this last. See, I'm getting confused. So the hibachi wasn't last episode.
It was. I think hibachi was that the one before last.
I don't know, because
So how many episodes are there now? The Valley. Let me see.
Just say what you got to say, and we'll pick it up.
Okay. Well, Michelle came in. I'm gonna sound so petty.
Oh my god, that was send her straight. Just say what you have to say.
I was like, I'm gonna kick your. I'm just kidding.
I didn't mean it like that. I did not.
Just say it, Natasha.
I didn't mean it like that, y'all. I did not.
I know.
Mean it like that.
I know. That's why I didn't take it like that.
No. I just meant like sound off.
Just say what you have to say.
Adam, you better stop.
Adam's trying to start. He's
Adam,
trying
you
to.
messy. Adam, you messy.
Yeah, he's pot stirring.
I'm never messy. What you're not.
So what I was gonna say is this is gonna sound really petty, but I'm sorry, like my eye caught it and it just bothered me because maybe I don't like her. I don't know. But what Michelle was wearing, I'm just like, what are you wearing? This weird, like late 90s, early 2000 yellow top that was like kind of weird fitting, just weird jeans and matching yellow sneakers. It was so bad. I'm like, girl, what are you wearing? Everyone was wearing like dresses, and what she was wearing, I was so thrown off by. It was the match. What it was the matching yellow sneakers. It was bizarre. Like, I need you to look at it. It's very weird. I'm like, is she okay? It was just very scary. Hello? Is anyone alive?
I'm here.
No, I'm
I
not
just
here.
don't remember it.
Okay,
I'm
well,
still here.
But I will say this. I stand by your observations. What you said, I'm picking it up, and it sounds
you're like, I
weird.
support it fully.
I support you, Natasha. I'm
Thank
riding or
you.
dying, okay? Blindly.
Thank you, I
You
appreciate
go,
it.
girl. I got you, girl.
Yeah, she had
Take that, Adam.
weird matching yellow sneakers with a weird shirt and these
Oh my
jeans. And
god.
I'm just like, compared to everything else, it was just very bizarre. I'm just like, I don't understand what you're wearing. It looked like maybe you were drunk and you put it on or something, or like there's a costume. It was just strange. It was like awkwardly ugly. And I don't know, maybe it's just because it's like her spirit is shining through, but she just like looks really bad lately. And I think it's just like her evilness peeking through. She always has a stank face at all times now.
I want to know, how is she getting all of these actors and directors? Like what? Like she was in an emotional affair with this big time actor. She was at the chateau with this big time director, and then going out with the act. I'm like, how, Michelle? What? Like
I'm like,
how?
Michelle?
Like really, boo boo, Michelle?
Michelle is
What?
too much.
Exactly.
I'm like,
way
I
too
don't know.
much.
Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, it's just like, I'm just confused by that as well. I don't know.
Yeah. Times must be tough in WeHo.
Right? Like, the Chantel must have the Chantel. How do you say it?
The
The Chantel.
chateau.
Why can't I
chateau.
talk? I can't talk. I have like I developed a speech impediment, Adam. I don't know if you noticed. Like this
You
video.
said Kristen earlier was like Crispin or
I
something
know. I
like
kept
Krispy
catching myself.
Kremes.
I'm like,
It was
what
almost
am
like
I?
you wanted like a Krispy Kreme
No, I
across
said a
thinking about Kristen.
Crispin or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I said another one too. I was like, what is happening?
As we're talking about the Valley,
Mm-hmm.
it's I thought I will just throw three names out there and do it. The classic FMK.
Oh
Um,
Go ahead,
Candy
boss.
and Natasha, you're gonna love this.
Okay. I'm waiting.
I'll be the judge of that.
Um, Jax, Jesse, and Kristen's hobo Chris Bassett wannabe Luke.
Oh, I'll go. That's easy for me.
Oh, that's easy. Maybe
Luke,
not.
Luke gotta go. Serial killer, no thank you, sir. Jack's been around the block, so I'd have some fun with him, but yeah. And then I'd marry Jesse, because I actually kind of like Jesse. So that's easy. Go ahead.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't like any of them. Like, they all kind of make me sick. Like, thinking of them in that way, like, I actually felt myself get nauseous. I thought I could do it.
Did you
like,
take a, did you
like
take
maybe,
guys,
I think I
all
could
the
do it with
FMKs
like.
are too tough for Natasha. All the FMKs are too
I told you I don't like this game because I like try to really picture it and I get grossed out.
Okay, just picture yourself. Which one could you actually like see as your life partner?
Okay, obviously none of them. So like that's why where the dilemma is.
But of the three, suspend. Take off your critical candy cane thinking hat and go into fantasy land. If you had to pick, what would you do? It's a game, Natasha.
Like Jesse, it looks like a finger or something to me.
He looks like a
He
finger.
looks short. He looks way too short, and he's like kind of like I don't know. He kind of looks like an alien almost to me. Jax is just like disgusting. I feel like he like is into weird things like I'm not into. And I would just get weirded out. And then I would just think about how many people he's been with and how gross he is about it. And it would actually make me sick. See, this is why I can't do these games because I think too far into it. And then Kristen's boyfriend, like just picturing the fact that he was with Kristen, because Kristen kind of grosses me out. No offense, girl. But like, like it makes me sick. And I obviously don't want to be chopped up and like my head end up in his freezer either. Although I do appreciate him sticking up for her. So I don't know. I'm just like running. I'll just join the convent, I guess. I'm not marrying nobody.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, party pooper. Tasha.
I know I'm the
Okay.
worst. I told you I'm the
Party
worst on cups.
pooper. You go. Okay, Tay, you go. Jax, Jesse, Luke.
Okay. So I'm a straight guy.
I know, but we don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not taking probation.
Adam's straight, but he's gonna go next. Don't you worry. He loves
Yeah,
his fame.
Adam's gonna go, and then we do females. I'm straight, and I'll do the females all day long. No, I mean,
Exactly.
that sounded wrong. That sounded wrong.
No, will you?
It only sounded wrong
Is that
when Candy
true,
said
Andy? Is that true?
when Candy said,
You know what I meant. You know what I meant.
Not
You know
Candy
what I meant.
revealing. Just kidding.
You know what I meant.
So I'd keep Luke.
Mm-hmm.
I'd bury Jesse and I kill Jax.
See, there you go. That's how you play. Go, Adam. Those are good ones, Tay.
okay, I will list them each one for a reason.
Okay.
I'll marry Jesse because he seems the most sane out of the three of them, and actually probably is the most bearable, and actually probably the only one with proper humor, because Jack still to this day, according to James Kennedy, doesn't understand sarcasm. So that's like a number one red flag for me. If you can't understand sarcasm, then no thanks. Then as bad as it is to say,
Okay.
and as criminal as it is, Jax and this guy who wants to be Chris Bassett's hobo intern, Luke, are both people who like just look like Halloween characters, but Jax actually looks less of a hobo, so I'll have fun with him and I'll kill this hobo intern of Chris Bassett.
You see,
Or
we
get
had
rid
the
of.
same. We had the same.
Yeah,
lineup.
but I gave my in-depth reasons because I just didn't want to be a copycat.
No, it's fine.
Because but I'm sorry, but this Luke guy looks like some hobo intern of Chris Bassett.
No, he doesn't.
Adam is so tickled by that, you guys. He is just tickled.
Adam is the funniest guy. He knows.
Oh, wait, what question? Is it this one? So Irene says, instead of the Valley, why couldn't they have added people to Vanderpump? Just a question. I think because
they were fired.
They were fired from Vanderpump Rules, Jax and Kristen. So to bring them back to Vanderpump Rules, I don't think that would, like full time, I don't think that would work.
And Jesse broke the fourth wall of that. That was amazing when he said you were actually fired from a show for being racist. That was the one thing I liked about that one episode, was how he actually broke the fourth wall. He actually said, deep down, Kristen, you were the one who were actually fired for being racist. Is that not a fact?
True. And then I also think that because the two shows are two different premises. So Vanderpump Rules is all about like young, scrappy people, you know, making their way through LA at Vanderpump and blah, 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 blah. And the premise of the Valley is like, okay, now we're all in our 40s, married with kids, midlife crisis. How do we navigate this other, like the second half of our life, or this other part of our life? So they're two different shows. So adding people to Vanderpump Rules who are married with kids wouldn't really make sense from a storytelling perspective, if that makes sense. And then also Jackson and Kirsten were fired. And also like from a development and programming standpoint, I would rather develop a new show with a different premise like The Valley and add to it. And then that's 2 shows I'm making money from. That's 2 shows I'm developing and producing. Those are 2, revenue making pieces of content rather than just pouring into like one content TV show that's about to be canceled. If that makes sense. Let me know if that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that made sense.
Yeah.
So, Candy, do you want to give the next round, or do you want me to do it again?
Why do we have to be doing this? So, oh my god.
Because Candy said we're gonna do one with we did the males, we now do the females.
Okay.
Fine, we'll do
We'll
one
do
more.
the VPR version though.
Okay.
Ariana,
Okay.
Katie. No. I'm gonna make it really hard. Allie, Joe.
Okay.
Allie, Joe,
And Rachel.
Rachel. Allie, Joe, Rachel. Yeah.
Who are you nomination to go first?
Whoever wants to.
I'm trying to think about it. This is a very tricky one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very tricky.
I'll keep Allie. I will bury Joe, and I'm killing Rachel.
Any particular reason?
I like Allie. The lesser of the 3 evils, in my opinion. Joe, I've been with Joe like she's cuckoo, cocoa puffs, like you said, and Rachel, I don't like her. Like she's immoral. I can't stand her voice.
Which one?
Rachel.
Oh yeah, her voice. And I can't even do it. Never mind. I just thought I could, but I can't.
Like you should want to have sex with him.
I'm just Ariana, like Lala. I'm
You
Lala.
should want to.
I'm Lala. No, I can't even do it. Like it's so far removed from my own that it's like very difficult, and it's so weird too. It's like hard to mimic because it doesn't even seem human.
Misty Lala.
Because Lala was with a married man too. Lala.
I would say goodbye to Jolene.
Okay.
Or
Kaylee.
What's Kaylee? That's it. That's the Kaylee. I would have a good time with Rachel, and I would marry Hannah Montana's wannabe clone.
Who's that?
Allie.
Oh,
The one who got rejected from every Disney Channel audition, Allie.
I forgot that joke. You're right.
She does still give that energy, but she got rejected from all these auditions.
Her voice is freaked. We're going to talk about voices. Her AI voice. And James.
Is Siri here?
Like, it's like Suri's like evil, like niece. It's very weird. I don't like it. It makes me uneasy. And
I mean, if you married though Rachel, you could get a nice inheritance, but maybe you'll be scratched out the will because she's calculated. So I don't know. Because like James always alluded that the family had money, but aside from that, like that's to me a lot of trouble is.
I kind of call BS on her family having all of this money. I kind of think that's like either they have a lot of it and they're not giving it to her, or it's been grossly exaggerated. Because how come Rachel has always needed assistance when it comes to housing. She's never had her own housing in California. She either lived with James, or she subletted an apartment, or she was only giving Sheena $1,000 a month for her place in Marina Del Rey. $1,000 a month is literally nothing. Nothing. So I'm always like, if her family has all of this money, how come she's never had her own living place in California, in LA?
Yes.
So I kind of question the like wealthy family. Like it could be one or two, because just because you come from a wealthy family doesn't mean they give you money, or unless they're just being super cheap. But like if I come from a super wealthy family, I'm not subletting people's apartments, and I'm not begging Sheena to let me stay in her place for $1,000 a month. I'm going to be like, Daddy, get me a cute little spot. But she's never had her own housing ever. Because even when Tom went to her place in West Hollywood at the end of Sandoval, that wasn't her apartment. That was her friend's place that she was subletting or like leasing out or whatever. That wasn't actually her place. She didn't actually have a place. So like if they have all this money, how come she's never had a legitimate house living accommodations herself?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I find it a bit strange as well because there were some people who kind of just
Exactly. In
have
this case,
ha,
James
have
paid for everything. I don't believe she has any money. I agree. I don't think her family has all this money the way it's made out to be. Kimberly says, Joe is crazy and fun, so I would marry her. I like goofiness, even though I'm not a Joe fan for Team Money. Haha. Take out Allie and have some fun with Rachel. Oop, oop.
Yeah, I would. Kaylee would go.
I have no idea where Rachel lives now.
Probably Arizona.
Is she in Arizona?
I think she's in LA, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the other one? Joe, who else? And Rachel, and who's the third again?
Oh, Allie, Joe, Rachel.
Oh.
Siri actually got activation.
Yeah, I guess I would have to marry AI and have a fling with Rachel. Oh my god, I'm getting sidetracked because I'm seeing the scene from where that psycho. Who was he? That was deranged. He was like throwing wine and stuff all over and being like very scary. Sorry, I just got really distracted by it. You know the psycho that snuck into the final?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it yet. So.
Sorry, you're like,
Yeah, I saw it.
I saw
you're like,
it,
yeah, we know. But yeah, I think that's my pick. There, I did it. Adam, are you happy?
So repeat. What did you say?
Oh God, not him going repeat.
Y'all a mess. Y'all a mess.
I said Kaylee's got to go. Rachel, hey girl, for a little bit, and then I guess marry AI, because hopefully I could like pull the plug, take out her batteries, and move on with my life.
Put her in the closet.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I would take out Allie because I'm not into, and this is no offense to anybody who is into astrology or all that stuff, but I'm not inviting any of those.
Oh yeah, shoot. I forgot about that.
Sphere. So bye-bye, Allie, and all your witchy poo stuff. I think I would marry Joe and have a one-nighter with Rachel, but like we wouldn't do anything. We would just put on skylights in our room and watch the room spin and talk about lightning bolts.
Actually, you know what? I think I take mine back. I agree, because AI, I don't want her spirits around me either. Like, you gotta go, boo boo. Sorry. Yeah, I guess I would marry Joe because I feel like Kaylee, because we would just like never see each other, and she would just go and like probably chase after married men.
Yeah,
And so like,
I'm just gonna drop her on T Money's lawn and be like, see
yeah,
ya.
and just be like, see your girl forever, I guess. And yeah, like just like hang out with Rachel. I feel like we would just I don't know, look at clothes. Like I said, yeah, turn on a skylight or two. Maybe I could talk her into like getting like, I don't know, a grip. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Okay, Adam, that's enough.
Okay.
I feel
Okay.
like you
Yes,
like
ma'am. Yes,
did
ma'am.
okay. I heard they don't say that in England. I read this
No,
article about like
no
how
one does that. No one does
in
that.
the South we like it. I like it. If like a Southern gentleman goes, "Yes, ma'am," to me, and we're like the same age, I'm just like, "Oh my gosh." Or if like
I
they're
was
older,
so
I'm like, "Oh my god."
no, I was irritated. Somebody called me ma'am the other day. I was like
But
out
was
for
it in a like a managerial Karen way? Because that's awful.
no, I think it was in like a
Ma'am, like
he
that's awful.
no, he didn't know what I don't think he like knew like what to call me, but I would have preferred like miss. So like I was like out for a jog and he's on his little like what are they called? Like carts. He's in his little cart and he like pulls up and he's like, "Ma'am, like it's not good for you to be jogging out here." And I was like, "Why?" He was like, "Because of the chemicals." And I was like, "What?" He's like, it's a golf course." And I looked at him and I was like, "Okay, thanks." And I like just like kept jogging because number one, like the golfers are here. So
What
the chemicals
chemicals?
can't be that bad. I now looking back on it, I think he just wanted to talk to me and I didn't get it.
What? That
I
happens to
mean,
me. That has happened to me all the
Now
time.
that I'm thinking about it, I think he just wanted to talk to me.
I think he was trying to make a joke.
but
Yeah, like he was saying something
Yeah.
stupid because that doesn't even make sense.
I mean,
And
No.
like
the air quality is not that
you were like,
bad in
"What?
California,
That
surely.
is not true."
Yeah,
Let
and
me and
also like don't interrupt me when I'm on my jog because I'm like super deep into some type of true crime podcast. Like
and fighting and half the time I'm fighting for my life depending on like how hot it is.
let me live.
Oh
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
let me live.
it was the same temperature over here than it was in California today. It was
It was
very weird.
so humid on the side of the plane. I don't know what to say.
What?
I don't know. This side of the country, it was so humid. Like I felt like it wasn't even that hot. But I just felt like I was like running through a rainforest and I like couldn't breathe. And it was
Not
so
running through a
hard.
rainforest.
It was
Well, are
just
you in
so like
Brazil
it
or
was like
something?
thick. It felt like that, honestly. It
I want
just
to
felt
come.
like it should be raining, but like you know, like right before it rains, it's so muggy and like you're like, oh my god, I need it to rain so it could like lighten up this humidity. Ugh. You guys don't have
Wow.
humidity, so I don't want to hear it.
No. It gets
we
sticky though.
we had it in the summer, but yeah. But
Humidity is literally awful. It's the only part of the East
I
Coast I
mean,
don't like.
last year was unbelievable. Like everyone in London was just like on a different planet or something when it was July and August. Like when it got to like 40 degrees, we were just like, I can't.
You guys were like, whenever you get extreme weather, you guys have like complete panic. What's 40 degrees?
Not complete
Fo-
panic.
40, that's 100 Fahrenheit.
Oh, you guys had 100? And you guys
Yeah,
don't have
100.
AC too. That's awful.
Yeah, like literally.
Oh my
And
god.
the worst thing is that in London,
Oh, I take
especially
that back. I would have had a panic too.
like if it was like a proper heat wave, the heat came from Spain and like North Africa,
I don't know
and
how you
uh,
guys still have ACs. Like it's
but,
crazy.
but it's well it's
Do you
kind of we're
put
not
window
used to
units?
it.
I understand like a lot of the buildings are or older and maybe like not cut out, but like I feel like we still get them in our old buildings. Like it's just like it's a lot of work to like reduct or
Well,
whatever.
recently
But what
we
about
got
window
it.
units
We got it installed recently
of
because
last
of that.
year?
But yeah, but the thing is in London, like a lot of the houses, because they're built y- you know, a lot of the houses are townhouses or terraced or what have you. So when it's like hot, like the heat moves because it's not a massive detached house, it doesn't like have the best um cooling system because and also as like you know in science and physics and what have you, heat rises and it just goes to the madness, especially like with the old Victorian architecture, that 1880s 1890s architecture. It's ancient. I mean, like
But I
what
feel like that's new. Don't you have older homes than that?
yeah, we have older homes but they're not as good looking.
Oh, because I like the ones that are like, if you're going to go like talk about old homes, like you guys have like 1,000-year-old homes. Let's talk about those. Those
Yeah,
are
those ones
cooler.
are okay, but as long as it's not the fake Tudor style.
I
Like
love a Tudor.
it's
You
if
know,
it's
I'm a sucker for a
authentic,
Tudor.
if it's authentic from like 1837 to like 1900, the Victorian era, that architecture is in my um I but going changing topic, Natasha, did you give Vanderpump Villa another go?
Yeah, I watched the latest episode.
Are you actually watching it? Good.
Yes, I'm watching it for.
We were telling you how good it is.
I didn't. Did I say it was that good? I don't
Yes.
remember saying that.
It's good though.
I don't like it, but I'm just watching it just to watch it when I'm bored.
I, it,
And I'm just not. I'm no longer getting angry about it like I
I,
was.
I mean, with the show,
I've had my
that
peace with it.
Candy, who do you like the least on Vanderpump Villa?
Do you like the new girl?
No, I don't. Like
You
she's
don't like her,
thirsty.
Tay?
No, I don't. I think she's
I don't
thirsty.
like her either. She's annoying too.
Anything she says is forced and performative.
Okay,
Agreed.
and what is going on with Eric juggling all these ladies?
I think they're slim pickings.
You're right. I
And
know.
they're sort of in this like weird
Bubble.
place. This is the thing. I don't know where they're getting these people from.
I was just going to say
eBay or something.
Like Nikki is weird to me. Like
She
they're all
is.
bizarro versions. Like like Nikki is the bizarro Kristen Doty. Marciano is the bizarro Jax. Hannah is the
You're nailing
bizarro
it.
Stassi. Like they're all just like bizarro versions.
They're
of
all like the Wish version of them.
Yeah, Telly is like low-key the bizarro version of Sheena. Like it's just like not work. I don't know. I enjoy it because I look at it as just like I turn off any critical thinking. And for me, like there are certain shows I watch through a critical lens, and those are usually the ones that I'm gonna like cover. And then there are other shows that I watch where I'm just like, I'm just gonna enjoy this piece of entertainment.
That's what I mean. It's just like lighthearted. I'm not like I
Yeah.
can't. I'm not getting into the people that much because I just feel like they're so ridiculous. I'm just like I can't.
Yeah, so I'm just like, it is what it is. Are you guys watching Grand Cayman?
I
Nope.
think I watched the
What's
first 2 episodes.
I've been watching it.
Talita Banks, like I thought she was like way older. Like I remember her from like modeling Victoria's Secret and stuff. And I think she dated what's his face that has the 12 kids with like 12
Nick
different babies.
Cannon.
Yeah. But she was like real famous. Like she would model like alongside Giselle back in the day.
How old
But
is
she's only 40.
Maybe she's lying about her age.
You're right. Because that girl looks like she's like 48.
Yeah, she doesn't
And
look 40.
and
on the show.
her voice sounds like it. You know what I mean?
She could be lying about it because a lot of people in
A lot of people do, yeah. Especially
push their
modeling.
especially models and actors, they push their age back, especially women. So maybe she started out by lying, and so she just kept up the lie.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't like Army Hammer's ex-wife.
I like Elizabeth. I don't like Courtney. Ugh, Courtney is so obsessed.
Who's Courtney? Which one is she?
The blonde.
The local?
The local who keeps Elizabeth's names in her mouth at all times.
Wait, Candy, what show are you two talking about?
Grand Cayman's Secrets to Paradise or something like that. It's on Hulu.
What's that? Okay.
All right, we'll stop talking about it. Nobody knows it. But yeah.
So who do you like the least though on Vanderpump Villa?
Oh, who do I like the least out of Vanderpump Villa? What's the girl's name? Maybe Emily and Grace. Not that there is anything wrong with them.
Not
but-
the two housekeepers.
Oh no! Not that there's anything wrong with them, but
Oof.
Right?
you know what it is? It's like I feel like Vanderpump Villa, it's okay, it's good, I'm enjoying it, but I wish they would have hired, or next season, I want to see like hotter people in a very vapid, stereotypical way, because I feel like the people now are like regular schmegular.
I know. It's kind of bizarre.
And this is no disrespect to them. They are beautiful people. They're amazing. But I mean, like, commercially speaking, we all understand what that means. I don't mean any disrespect or anything like that. But it would just be, I just think the ambiance of it would be, yeah. Because I feel like Emily.
Like how Vanderpump Rules was.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's like, oh, these are beautiful people working their way through their modeling career or some, like something like that. But yeah, they're too regular schmegular.
Yes, so it's not like exciting to watch.
It's like caught between two worlds. Like one, it's like the Vanderpump Villa world. This is the chateau in France, and these beautiful servers are there. At least they're supposed to be. But then the people they cast, it's almost like, am I watching?
You literally walk past them and like,
it's almost like a VH1.
Wegmans.
It's like VH1 or WeTV.
I hope that Steven guy's replaced.
Steven.
The one who's jealous of Eric and like just
Steven is not jealous of Eric. Eric is a Looney Tune.
The way he acts is,
I like Steven.
Eric is a Looney Tune. I like Steven too.
Steven's the guy that's filling in for Eric because he's such a psycho.
Yes. I like Steven. He's sweet.
To me, he kind of just seems like the guy who just is the goody two shoes, and I don't know.
I'm like, stick up for yourself. Yell at these people.
I want to know the deep down reason why he was let go originally. Like,
Who was let go?
So he used to work at Vanderpump Cocktail Garden, and then he was let go because of something he said, and it wasn't ever put in context of actually what he said, and then he somehow.
Maybe that's why he's so much stressed to impress.
And he got really sick.
I get that.
Me too. I felt really bad for him.
When he got sick?
Yeah, on the latest episode, he got really sick. Yeah.
I haven't seen the latest yet.
Oh, then you know what? How dare you?
I feel like I watched it, but I don't remember.
How dare you put down Steven and you didn't even see the last episode?
It's not out my way yet.
How dare you?
I relate to Steven.
Yeah, I like Steven a lot.
I relate to him, but like I learned in my I don't know. I just feel like I have such a different I actually don't really relate to him in a way where I'm very blunt. So like I'll never not say anything. Like if I see my coworkers like not listening to me, I'll be like, I'll say something to them and I'll immediately say something to my boss. Like I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you'll say something to them first.
Yeah, I'll say something to them first, obviously. But like I feel like he's not even saying something to them.
He's a bit kind of shit.
He's like, I'd be like, hi guys, I'm filling in for a manager right now and we have stuff to do. Unless you would like me to inform our boss, Lisa, that you are unwilling to do what I'm asking, I would suggest we get a move on it. Thank you. Chop, chop. Like we have this much time.
You gotta watch the last episode because he talks about why. He talks about like not feeling worthy of the position.
I know. I actually remember that part now that you're saying.
Yeah, it's really sad, and he cries, and he like gets physically ill. He like throws up.
I mean, only Candy will get my reference here, but so far to me, he's kind of the
Made in
temps of the.
Chelsea. Here
He's
we
kind of
go.
he's kind of the temps of the show.
He's not the temps. He's not the temps, Adam.
Or as Freddie and I like to call temps, the basic Steve.
He's not the temps. He's not.
No,
I would say Eric is more of a temps. Weird. And everybody's business.
In the chat, if you don't know
I think Temps
is
is secretly in love with Miles.
I mean, but
hello, he is in love with him.
Candy, you would marry basic Steve Temps tomorrow if you could, right?
Adam, I'm gonna knock you out.
He's like,
my heart
life.
belongs to Tristan. Come on now. I'm betrothed. You know my heart belongs to Tristan.
I mean, like, imagine
I've heard that
like,
in so long.
What would be actually even more random is if you married Rez. I mean,
now, those are fighting words. Adam.
Okay, can we talk about a show that we've seen?
Yeah, okay. But going back to Vanderpump Rules.
Okay.
With the reunion trailer, that why did they give Joe a better cut than Lala? I want to know. Like that actually. I mean, Natasha already said to me that it's because Lala sucks this whole season, but like
she does suck.
I like Lala. I like
her. She's the MVP in my opinion.
I don't think they necessarily gave her a worse cut than Joe. I think that they are trying to get people to watch. So they're trying to make it as villainous as possible. Like, ooh, you're going to watch Lala versus Ariana. Because they're just trying to get people to watch at this point. The show's already canceled. So they're just trying to get people to tune in. And Joe, I don't like calling human beings this. So I don't mean her as a human being. I mean it as her character is disposable. So it's like, sure, they're going to give Joe that cut because, like, whatever. And what else is Joe going to do but sit there and cry and blame Katie?
Yeah,
I think they're just trying to
my
get
point is
people
the
to
fact she even was in the trailer was beyond to me because like, I
the
wanted
fact
to
that she
see
was even on the show is beyond to me.
Yeah, exactly. That's the statement. That's the statement of this live.
That just shows you how desperate they are. But aren't there a lot of people that want to be on reality TV? Like, couldn't they have gotten other people to be on the show?
I mean,
is casting that hard?
I mean, Lala said that there are tons of people who still work at what's it called, Sir, that they're still friends with her and Sheena. That would be fantastic people for the show. She said this, but in all honesty, though, I don't want that beg Logan to be a main cast member or anything because he's just such a beg. Like, Thirsty, I mean, he would make Wendy Ossoff look normal in Potomac, but I don't know. But speaking about Potomac, did you see that they started filming today?
I did not see that they started filming. I did see that.
I'm so sick of that show.
That seems really soon.
And yet, Atlanta hasn't even started filming. Yet that's how bad Candy leaving Atlanta kind of. And now you've got this problem with Portia and her sketch man. But
I heard Atlanta is filming today, if not this week.
Sorry, you guys.
But the gap is according. I'm just gonna send you something, Candy and Natasha, on Instagram.
Okay. Yeah, we knew. Yeah, we knew.
But
you mean if it happened, she's still expected to take part on the next season of Pump Rules? That part?
Yeah.
I believe it when I see it. I think Pump Rules is going to be on pause for a very long time.
would you rather they kind of if they did a New York revamp thing to the show where they bring up these I maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I didn't like the revamped New York City Housewives thing. That just to me was whack. If they did that with Vanderpump, would the show get like crappy ratings, or do you think it would work? Because like lots of people are saying, "Oh, let's just have brand new people," and but other people like me are kind of thinking that's gonna tear down the show.
I think we could just let it go and just do new shows. Like Vanderpump Rules is not the only show in the world. Like these people are not the only people in the world. Like it's okay. Like Friends ended, Seinfeld ended. I think it's okay to let Vanderpump Rules go. Like you know what I mean? Like it's okay. It is okay. I think we should just let it go and let's do some new shows. Let's find some new people. Let's get some fresh stuff going. Vanderpump Rules doesn't have to live on. It's okay to let it go. And to be honest with you, who do you really want to see anyway? Like for real.
Nobody.
Who on that show is like, I have to have them back?
Lala,
Who?
James, Lala and James.
Lala's on the Valley. James is touring as a DJ.
I will miss James.
Come on.
I mean,
follow
did
him
you
on
see the
TikTok.
after show thing that James just taking the mick out of Brock at the priceless?
Yeah.
But you sent me the text.
I love that.
I mean, he was just looking at the ceiling, like you know,
Like Brock was like speaking, like he like was so profound, and James was looking at him so bored. He was yawning. He was like, "Are you serious?" Like he was just. It was funny.
I mean, that pairing on the after show, James and Brock, is just the weirdest.
It's just weird. They don't vibe.
They
Like
really
James
do.
Brock is out of his league when it comes to James.
I mean, Brock to me, I don't know. He just seems like not a horrible person, but his humor is a bit like slow and
Not slow.
and
Hey, Kimberly.
he's now trying to be monogamous.
Hi, Candy.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, Adam.
He's now trying to go monogamously
Did
by
Tay
just
Tay
one
leave?
name.
Hi, Natasha.
I'm still
Hi,
here.
Tay Tay.
He's trying to go by one name now. He's trying to like be monogamous because he now recently claimed an Instagram handle Brock. Like,
Yikes.
Ew, he's
right.
going by one name. I'm done.
yeah, I sent you that. I said that he's trying to now be like a one name person, like as if like Brock will remember you as just Brock, and it's just like
Yikes.
I don't know. When I think of Brock, the first
Brock
Brock
needs to chill.
I think of Brock from Pokemon. Like this guy can never be the OG Brock.
He literally is just Brock now. I'm done. What was he before?
Brock Davies.
Brock Davies.
But clearly he. I don't know, but he's now trying to go on this monogamous journey and trying to be like because he wants to be this tech guy now. He did an Instagram live with James the other week and Sheena and Ali, and they kind of for some reason were doing it with the Bravo TV.
What do you mean tech? Because he's out on Instagram pretending he's like Mr. Fix It.
Well,
Bob the Builder.
He kind of has this app thing, and he
not
wants to
another
launch an
app, Brock.
He wants to launch an app and be a tech guy, and my friend was listening to it, and he quoted Elon Musk as how pathetic it was.
Oh God! Well,
I've actually quoted Elon Musk as your sales pitch.
Crazy. Well, let's let Kimberly sound off because she hasn't
yes,
had
you can now breathe, Kimberly. Yes.
Go, Kimberly.
Oh. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. After the last heated session we were on, I just wanted to let you know I love you guys.
We love you too. Oh my God, you're always welcome. Come on up, girl.
Yeah, we love you.
Thank you so much. And I just agree with so much of what you say, Candy. Like, I feel like you're so psychologically advanced. You're
Oh, thank
amazing.
you.
Have
That's really
you
sweet. Thank
taken,
you.
no, for real, I'm not trying to
Mhm.
flatter you, but are you, like, did you take psychology classes? Like, what is your background?
No, I've never taken psychology classes, but I do love philosophy and critical thinking. So I study a lot of philosophy, but nope, I've never studied psychology.
You just sound like
You,
an intuitive, healed person.
Thank you. Yeah.
no, you really connect. And I just, I guess what I wanted to say is, there are many things that you guys mentioned, tonight, that, like, which one do I pick to choose
Mhm.
to talk about? But why I watch, these shows, it's sometimes for the sociology of it all, and just seeing how the public reacts to certain things and why. And it astounds me at times, with Vanderpump Rules. I find myself, I don't know if it's just the publicity machine, or if other people feel the way I do. So that's why I sound off a bit, and put myself out there to see if others agree with me, but we're the silent type. And yeah, in terms of with Tom, when you were mentioning Tom, and
Mhm.
his fragility, that was mentioned by Lisa. And I don't think she was being fake at all. I think she recognized it and was afraid for him. And I do, I'm a mom of a son, as you guys know, and I see the fragility in men. I do. I see their emotions, and I think, like you had said, Candy, that everyone deserves, the emotional compassion. You said it in other
Yeah.
words, you
Mhm.
know, and so I just think that it's, if they do, feature that, I think you said on the reunion, I think that would be very good. I don't see anything wrong with it. And of course, I think Natasha mentioned to give the 800 number. I don't know if they did or didn't, but but that's nothing. They really, what I think they could have done better with Vanderpump Rules, which might have saved the show potentially, potentially, of course, is they could have maybe brought in, some therapists, and try to help these people work through the dynamics on the show. I know Tom tried this, guru of whatever. That didn't seem really that, I mean, God bless, he tried. But I think they could have, really helped people advance through these things that they're going through in life. Um, as we were also, very polarized by Sandoval. So maybe they could have taken an opportunity with production to put in place, and show, some kind of therapist working with the people, if they would be, open to that, of course. And I like Vanderpump Rules cast. I think they're great. I love them. I guess maybe because I started watching them, years ago when it first came on, and I always root for them. Always root for every one of them. But even Ariana, who I'm really not fond of right now, I still root for her. I still root for her involvement, to say, this is what I hope for Ariana, to, like, realize, my God, my life got 5 million times better without Tom Sandoval. Did I lose you guys?
No, I hear you.
No,
Uh,
here. No, I agree. I
We
agree.
hear
And
you.
I just think, like, she needs to wake up and smell the coffee. Like, her life, yeah, she got rid of a rotten potato in her life, if you want to call it that. I
mhm.
don't see Tom as a bad person per se. I know he's got qualities that most people, have many descriptions for. But the thing is, I see, Ariana as really doing better for herself. So her home in Hollywood Hills is so amazing. Her life, her opportunity, she's got a new boyfriend. She should just say, "Thank you, God. This is amazing." And Tom Sandoval wasn't for me. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm so grateful that, unfortunately it was embarrassing, humiliating. He was a jerk. He did terrible things in my home with someone who I thought was my friend. And
Mm-hmm.
yet, above all, the good Lord pulled me up and beyond, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
he has brought her far beyond what she would have been, just some stupid side chick for Tom Sandoval. And now she's her own girl. She's her own woman. And she's got her own house, she's got her own career, and it's so much better. So I don't think she should be worried about the past, and she should actually embrace the fact that they broke up. And yeah, he was a jerk and whatever. But I don't know. That those are my thoughts, and I'm glad Lisa and the reunion are bringing up, Tom's part in this. Gosh, he messed up, yeah, and gosh, also hopefully, we can all see that there are two sides to every story,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's
Yeah.
what I guess I wanted to say. And there's so many good points tonight everybody made. And I just wanted to reflect on all of that. And I'm just
Yeah,
so
of
grateful
course.
to be watching and be a part of your community here.
Of course, you're always welcome to join. And yeah, last time we were all fired up. We were all on fire, but it
I
was
know,
fun.
right?
Adam
Yeah.
like ran for
And
the
it was fun.
hills.
Yeah, Adam's like, and I'm out.
Adam
Yeah,
checked out.
I literally just said I'm not involved.
Like he literally ran for the hills. He was like,
It was
no,
like an
ma'am.
episode of like The View, but like on my channel.
But it was fun,
It
right?
was
Isn't
fun.
that a
Yeah,
It
good
was
thing
we loved
fun.
it.
sometimes?
No, it was fun. We all had a
You
great
can't be in an
time.
echo chamber.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I know.
it was
I think
nice.
it was compelling. I would have liked listening to it.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, even though, but do you think Tom Sandoval deserves a bit of compassion? I mean, yeah, he
on a
did a wrong
human
thing.
level, yeah,
Yeah,
but I mean, I also see him as someone that, I have empathy for him, but not maybe, I mean, like, I have it for that as well. But I have it for the fact that, like Kitty said, he doesn't know who he is. This person clearly, I believe, this is my opinion, he has a personality, an untreated personality disorder, most likely that involving narcissism or some kind of where he doesn't know how to have like real feelings and real true authenticity where I feel like there's a
yeah,
saying.
true.
Now, I'm not a Swiftie. Like, I've never really liked her. She's always kind of been too little too basic for me. But no shade to anyone. But
True, me
sorry.
too. Me too.
Um, but I heard this line. Someone brought it up. Like, I didn't personally hear it. I heard it like secondhand, and I'm like, she was admitting, she was like, my altruism feeds my narcissism. And I was like, that line is so true with some of these narcissists. And that is, I believe, what is happening a lot of times with Sandoval. It's like the nice things that he does them to feed his narcissism. Because it's like
But not with
these.
Sheena. Don't you think he really genuinely loves her?
No, I think
You
he
don't?
genuinely likes having her as a part of his side. Um,
I feel like he has like a love in his heart. Like he didn't give money to anyone else. Like he literally gave to
he gave
her.
James 25 grand for a thing.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Like
Yeah, you're
he
right.
he just does this,
That's
and he
weird.
likes being like called like this big generous. I'm telling you, it
I got
feeds
you. I
his
see.
narcissism.
But
And
don't
but
you think
I
he
I
likes
don't
Sheena?
want. But I feel like when everyone was crashing down, like for a narcissist, that almost probably was worse because they like
Yeah,
thrive on the
absolutely.
mask that they hold up and the perception of everyone else on them.
Oh,
And
yes.
knowing that everyone like saw through him, that must have honestly, truly been hell on earth for him. I,
Absolutely. And do you want to see him like kill himself?
I
I'm
mean,
sorry. That's terrible. I think
like,
YouTube will be mad at
absolutely
that
not. Like, I
statement.
would never want
I know.
anyone to
We
do
don't want
that in a million
exactly,
years.
right? I think that was genuine, like what he was experiencing. That was he was going through something, and
I
even
actually
though
kind
he
of
did a
believe it
bad
now that I
thing,
think about it too. I
yeah.
just wish they would have like, okay,
Wait,
yeah,
I
we
want to say
talked you off the edge, but like, let's get you into therapy, man. Or I would have called 911 is what I would have done, and
Yeah.
get him into a whatever hole that is. Like I would not have messed around and just talked him off the
5150,
edge.
I
Yeah,
think.
no, but I'm serious. Like I would not have messed around. Oh, you have a gun? I'm calling 911.
Wait, you guys.
Oh,
We're
sorry,
talking.
GUN.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
pow
saying
pow.
the
Pew
G
pew, pew
word.
pew.
Pew pew.
Kimberly said, you know,
I know
the
I'm
K
doing so
word.
well.
So hold on, you
Sorry,
guys. Hold on. First, I think I want to first clear a little thing up. I think when it comes to Tom Sandoval, like, yes, everybody needs redemption and forgiveness and compassion, but I don't think it's fair to conflate that when people are holding him accountable, that they want him to hurt himself.
Yeah, that's
so I want to make that
It's
very
true.
clear. We can't conflate those two issues.
But
Like,
Candy,
oh,
don't
like
you
what do
think
you
they're
want him
so
to do?
vicious?
Wait one
Don't you
second.
think-
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Wait one second.
Apologize.
Right. I understand that it can be a lot when people are like, oh, he's this, he's that. But I don't think that it's fair to say that that's what people want him to do. Even the people who are calling him trash and this and whatever, and like whatever that is. I'm not saying it's right, but even that, I don't think it's fair to say that's what they want him to do, because you have to really think about what you're saying. That's a very huge thing to say, to put on someone.
True,
So I
yeah,
think
you're
that
right.
the people who are holding him accountable, hopefully in healthy ways, but even the ones who are kind of going off the deep end a little bit, which has really lessened a lot. Thank God it's lessened a lot.
Yeah, thank God.
I think saying, well, what do you want him to do? Take his own life? Like, that's a huge thing to put on somebody. And I don't think that's really the case. We have to be
I don't
very
think that's
careful
really
with that.
fair to ever
Candy,
say.
And
remember?
then when it comes to what happened with him and like Kyle Chan allegedly, we have to remember we don't really know what happened behind the scenes with Tom Sandoval getting help, or what Kyle Chan help he got. We don't really know. So we have to be very careful with the speculation around that, because when it talks about ideation of somebody taking their own life, we have to be very careful how the language we use around it and the speculation around it, because it's very different than, you know, we can speculate and kiki and laugh and do whatever about a lot of different subjects, about cheating and how people look and this, that, and the third, and she's fake and she's phony and whatever. But I think when it comes to this particular topic, it's better to be careful around those words.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about with
Yeah.
Katie even saying, okay, so the harsh words, where Katie said she wanted to light Rachel on fire. Like, I know Stassi was also one of those people that would use such graphic language like
I mean,
that.
you just use graphic language asking me if I wanted him to
I'm
pew
sorry,
himself.
no,
So
I
there's
apologize,
that.
Natasha. Yeah, I didn't.
Thank you.
You know, is Candy like put into perspective?
Yeah,
for
that's
us?
a big
Yeah, I agree.
thing to
I
put
agree
on
with
someone.
that 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take it back, Natasha.
Okay, thanks.
And Candy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
problem.
I don't know. I guess I'm spitballing maybe.
No,
in a way,
yeah.
You know, and I don't know, just thinking too fast, but or speaking too fast actually. But yeah, so like Katie, when she said about, you know, setting someone on fire, and all of the Stassi language too, you know, I mean, I enjoyed Stassi in her day, and I didn't like, I kind of enjoyed her and kind of didn't. The language here with the Vanderpump crowd is really kind of vicious, and I feel like they really go after each other more so than really even on any other of the Bravo show. Well, I mean, with
New
the
Jersey,
language,
it's a lot worse.
it's yeah, it seems like they go verbally a little bit.
Hello,
Did a bad
Kimberly?
thing. I hope that somehow for people evolving, you know, come.
Oh no, I think is it just me? Or is your sound going in and
It's
out?
going in and out.
Yeah. Can I say something here?
Yeah, go Tay.
Yeah, so about the Sandoval stuff, like we get it, you know, he wanted to unalive himself. Kyle Jen saved himself. Like we should we shouldn't have to like follow him too much. But like I said before, I said on Twitter, he does
Mm-hmm.
himself zero favors
Mm-hmm.
when he continues to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is who he is. This is who he is.
Yeah.
And although I don't wish what the impact of this all that he received on anyone,
Right.
he doesn't help himself because this is really who he is. And he doesn't seem to want, because there are people that do actually have, and I don't even know if he has it because I'm not a doctor. I'm obviously speculating just as a regular smegular person. But from what I see, I would be very shocked if he didn't. And there are people, and I feel like we've talked about this last year, that like I know I had followed this one guy on YouTube, and he is a actual diagnosed one, and he wanted to be helped because he had children, and he was like, he recognized that he wasn't being a good father. Like he knew he can't help it, but so it's kind of like a it's kind of like you could have that disorder and still want to be better, but he doesn't even want to be better. Like it generally seems like he just incapable of being accountable, but he like legitimately cannot be. It's almost like this childlike thing that's like arrested development. Like he cannot see it. And it's almost, and it's like genuine. I believe it. It's not like him just like being malicious and like, or being manipulative. He genuinely does not understand. And it's weird, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I have a hot take on Sandoval. I think he has narcissistic tendencies, but I don't think he is like a full-blown narcissist. I think when it comes to him, it's more of whatever happened in his childhood. Again, I'm not a psychologist, I am not a doctor. I've never met Tom Sandoval. So this is just conjecture, guys. But I actually, the more I look at him and just think about how he is, it seems more like however he grew up, the way he learned to receive love. Because at the end of the day, that's really our core driver is to be loved, to be lovable. That's really what the core driver is for like all people. Um, I think, however, whatever happened or however it was, he learned that in order to be loved or to be worthy of love, I have to perform and show and do. And that the way he receives love is through attention, through accolades, through all of that stuff, which is why which is why he goes out and like, well, I did this for you and I did that for you and all this other stuff and blah, 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 blah. I think, and that's why he's so performative. Whereas healthy people get love from themselves. Unhealthy people get love from without themselves, external factors. And I think that's really
There's
what's
definitely an
going on with,
arrested development
and I
happening.
think, yeah, and I think that's really what's going on with him, where he never learned that he is enough and that he doesn't have to do all this extra performative stuff, and that he will still be enough and he still will be worthy of love, even if he makes a mistake, even if he's wrong. Because a lot of what he does is he can never be the bad guy. That's why he can't take accountability. That's why he can't say sorry, because a part of his psyche says, well, if I'm the bad guy and if I'm wrong, then I will be abandoned and people won't love me. So a lot of people, their true resistance to accountability comes from the root cause of, well, then there's something wrong with me. And then I won't be good enough and I won't be loved and I'll be abandoned. But
That's
healed
why he's
people
afraid.
and healthy people know that it's okay not to be perfect. I can say I'm sorry. I can make a mistake. I can still be my human self and I'm still going to be loved and I'm still going to be enough and I'm not going to be abandoned. So I think it's more of that with him. And unfortunately, when you don't have that other part of it, the way that that manifests and expresses itself is through narcissistic tendencies, through using people, through gaslighting people, through always being the martyr, always being the victim, can't take accountability, can't apologize, consistently conforming, needing all the energy, needing all of the attention, because your life force is coming from outside of you rather than it coming from inside of you. And that's what I really think is going on with Tom Sandoval.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, you're right. There's like people that have like narcissistic tendencies, but have, you're seeing like coping mechanisms. I think that might be the difference. It's like there's people that genuinely have the personality disorder, and then there's
Right.
people that have adapted these tendencies almost as a coping mechanism and are showing like some kind of arrested development, most likely due to something that they found like to be kind of traumatic, usually like while they were still developing. And so
Right.
I don't know, like this, I always speculated, I just got this like weird vibe that whenever I saw him, how he viewed women, I got this vibe that it's like, it has this look at it, see me, like speech
Okay.
impediment, like Natasha Day, I guess.
You're okay.
It's one of those days.
Yeah, you're
One
fine.
of those stars. I'm just
One of
kidding.
those things. Yeah.
See, I told you, when I see you in my mind, I see Joe.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna hang up. That is really messed up. I'm not even joking.
Oh my god.
Candy needs to stop.
Do you want me to return the volley? Because I will.
No.
The valley.
The volley.
The
No, I'm
volley.
just- I'm
Oh, the
just messing
volley.
with
I thought you said the valley. I was like,
No,
what?
because you're like, that's why.
Oh
No,
my
I'm
God,
not
no.
like, I'm not going, dur, 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 dur. I'm weird. I'm doing robotic. I'm doing like, oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm
as
like,
long as we still like
I'm like
speak the same
tired
language at
and
the end of the
my
day, it's fine.
voice is already raspy from allergies. And so it sounds like I like can't talk.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you.
I have something
Yeah,
to
okay.
add. So Tom Sandoval's a musician, and my entire life I've almost dated exclusively 100% musicians in my life, and they're so similar. I mean, even though he's not like the most talented guy, you know, he- but whatever. It's the thing is like that's like kind of their personality, and I guess I don't even see that as abnormal in some ways because most of my life I've dated like freaks.
I dated one musician and then vowed to never do it again.
Oh, I actually
that
dated
happened when I was 19. I was
dated
like,
normies, and I said I will never do it again.
oh yeah, like my
And so like I
first was
cannot date
19 and I was
normal
like, nope.
humans.
I learned early, thank God. Because I was like,
And
and he broke up with me because I didn't go to his show, too many of his shows. And he was like, you are not supporting me in my dreams enough. And I was like, I have to work and I have my own life. Like, and your band's not good.
oh, I haven't
Band's
had
not good.
any guys like that. No. No,
Was that
Like,
how
your
you?
band's
Was that how you
not-
dumped him?
I don't
Was that
want to
how you-
go.
I can't listen.
Was that how you
to
dumped him when you said your band's not good?
I was like, your band's not even good.
And I'm dumping you. And I'm dumping you.
And there I
No.
said it.
I haven't dated any musicians.
Loser.
Mine have platinum records.
Not the
and
loser part.
They don't care. They actually don't care.
Okay, Penny Lane.
No, for real, they don't care. Like they're such, they are. I don't know how to explain it. They're jerks in a way.
I
jerks.
watched. There's this documentary, and it's funny because I like before I watched it on Netflix, I met one of the people in it, like one of the main ladies, and I had no idea. And I had a whole conversation with her on the street in New York. But it was called 20 Feet from Fame, and it's about this was like years ago, so I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but it's about the dynamic between backup singers and the psychology behind them, and people that what it takes to be like front and center, and a lot of times these people are way more talented than the people they are supporting, but they don't have the narcissism, the element that where they need.
It's like the Sheryl Crow. She was like a backup singer for Michael Jackson, I think.
Yeah, I heard that. And they don't have like her name was Lisa Fisher, and she used to tour. Also, she's kind of famous, but she used to tour with what's it called? Rolling freaking stones, and she used to
Rolling freaking stones.
she used to be the lady that seems, I can't say the words. I can't say either words actually, but you know the song when she screams, the lady comes out, she goes like
Yeah, you're
that
just
part.
a shot away. You're
Yeah,
just a shot away.
exactly.
Yeah, I
Like I
know.
just realized the lyrics I literally
Give me
can't say.
shelter, right? Wasn't that it?
The original lady, I don't know, but this lady her name was Lisa Fisher,
She was
and
a backup singer for songs.
she is like one of the most talented singers of all time. But then she tried to make an album. She tried to be, but it just didn't happen. She couldn't do it because she didn't have that personality, like that. Like I'm like, it's this thing where you need. It's like she said, like Lisa.
Yeah.
It's like Candy said. I almost said like Lisa said. Like Candy said, you see your validation is from outside. And in a
Yeah,
way,
that's
in some
true.
cases, it's very extreme. It's almost like vampiric, you know?
And you
But
know
it's
what
like,
else? Yeah, and Candy said something about the childhood. I found in all the guys that I've, dated that were musicians, they had a terrible relationship with usually their fathers, unbelievably enough. But it's usually, like you said, Candy, with regards to those types of personalities, they're seeking some kind of attention, and it's from their upbringing. But I'm not, and I don't, of course, try to say that Tom's got a bad family or anything like that. God,
No.
who knows? But I'm just saying that most of the people that I've dated in my life were, musicians. And the reason I resonate, like, I don't even see Tom as like a abnormal, because pretty much that was my norm. And I just feel like I understand, and I'm just, unfortunately,
I'm lost.
a lot of people will say I'm a guy. I am a mother of a boy, and I kind of understand how guys think. I've been around. I really had.
Do you feel the need to rescue people? Like you're going to
Me?
be the one to fix them? Yeah.
you're almost giving me Sheena energy.
No. I unfortunately, when I have tried that,
Whoa.
guys, no, I don't believe I can fix anyone. I don't think
Okay, that's good.
possible. No,
The
I don't
Sheena
think
energy.
you can fix people. No,
Okay, that's good.
no, I just enjoyed the freaking freaky guys. That they're just colorful. They're fun. Even James Kennedy. Okay, he's got that element of, it's an artistic element. I really enjoy artistic people. And
Okay.
Tom Sandoval like resonates like that with me. And the emotional, there's a lot of undercurrents of like the emotions with these guys. And a lot of the public wants to deem him as a horrible human, and I guess I see him as a human. I just see him as human. And making mistakes, and having, even if he's 40 and he's finding this other affair at the time when he's at that age, he found it at that age. And the thing is, I don't like when people
Miss T. Thomas, no musician.
Bye, Tay Tay. Tay Tay just left. Bye, Tay Tay.
Oh, bye, Tay Tay.
Bye,
I
Tay
don't
Tay.
when
Bye,
people
Tay Tay.
gang up on others. Like, okay, there's a time y'all express, yeah, that's a bad thing. But I wish for Vanderpump Rules, because I love that show, I think it would be nice if they would have not encouraged so much of this. Like, they continually show the Bugs Bunny show with Sheena, and Roadrunner. I don't know if it's so old, that cartoon, if you guys even know.
No, what's Bugs Bunny? What's Bugs
it's a cartoon, Warner
I'm joking.
Brothers.
I'm not being serious. I was just.
Oh, okay. So do you remember, like, Bugs Bunny would
What?
go?
I couldn't tell at first. I'm not gonna lie either.
So Bugs Bunny would go.
I was like, wait.
Don't stop.
And then
I was
Woody
like,
Woodpecker would
are
just thump like a
you?
piano on Bugs Bunny's head, and that's just exactly what Sheena seems to me to be doing but they're doing that in the editing, right? So they're putting like Sheena's like dump on Sandoval at the end of almost every episode. They just needed to stop. Production really had some bad choices. It wasn't healthy for the public. I don't think they just needed to really do things a little differently and not encourage the gang mentality. because the cast is really awesome. I think the cast is great. I like everyone, even Ariana. I do
Who
like her.
who do you like the most?
Oh, the most out of all of them? Gosh.
Would be
Jeez,
interesting.
that's a hard one.
Is
My
it?
goodness.
Is it
It
hard?
is. In this cast, it's a hard one. How
Oh
about
my
Ooh.
you,
God, the way
Ashley?
you
You go
said
first.
gosh, it reminded me of like I'm hearing it like a voice, like either like a character or an actress or something. Oh, you just sounded like who's that lady that goes, gosh, I don't know. And she was in oh my God, the pink lawyer that the
Reese
bend and snap.
Witherspoon. I've never even seen that movie.
The lady who does the bend and snap and she marries the UPS
Oh
dude.
yeah, and she's in White Lotus.
Yeah, your
I
voice
have
just goes
no
when you
clue
said
what you guys are
gosh,
talking
you were
about.
like, gosh.
I don't know, but how about you guys? You guys go first. Do you guys have like a particular? That's a great question, Adam.
Jennifer
Who is-
Coolidge.
Yep.
I have no clue who that is. Never
Coolidge.
saw those movies.
Hey,
But who are
Jennifer
your?
Coolidge.
Yeah.
I'd
Oh,
rather
yeah.
hear your opinions. I don't really know. Like who did I like?
Such a
most?
cop out, but okay.
No,
I know.
I will. I'll say it. I guess I could say it if you really want me to get down to it. I'd have to think about it. Oh, but Lisa, Lisa Vanderpump is my favorite, number one. So, and then after her, gosh, I don't know. Let's see. Out of all of them, I mean, I like James. I like the Toms. I don't know. I don't know about the gals so much. I used to like Stassi until, she had her controversy and such. I don't know. Who do I really like the most? I guess
Do you
I
want me
guess
to seriously just give you my answer as
it's
far as
like
you're
really
thinking?
it's Lisa's show. So I
Yeah,
really I
obviously
like
Lisa.
Lisa.
To me, I'm not just being British, but
Well, not
she's
Lisa.
on an
Let's
I
leave
know.
yeah,
Lisa
but obviously
out.
not
Let's
Lisa
talk
Lisa.
about
doesn't
the cast.
count.
Yeah, Lisa
Lisa
doesn't
doesn't
count.
count.
No.
No.
Because
After
it's a bit
Lisa?
obs, like that's a bit obvious, like it,
Not
but
obs.
but yeah, obs, yeah, like is
Okay,
what it
so
is.
after Lisa, who would it
Okay.
be?
Is that
Okay,
the
so
latest?
out of the girls, maybe Katie. I actually
Oh
do like
damn,
I like
interesting.
Katie. I know that's weird. Even though she's I know,
It's all right.
but
Adam hates Katie with a passion.
I mean, I like Katie. It's like a love hate with Katie, right? And if you're watching the show, you kind of want to watch for Katie. And I mean, Lala is also great. I think Katie and Lala, I really like them, those two gals. And then the guys, I like James and I like the Toms. I do. I like the Toms. I like their energy,
Oh
their
Lord.
playfulness to each other. I think they're great for each other. And I like Jax in the mix with them.
Oh wow.
I do. I would like Jax to come back, and I would like Stassi to come back with her husband. And I think Vanderpump Rules could
No,
got
Stacy
reduced.
is not welcome on my screen again. Like I'm done with her and
I'm done
her.
with her too.
Are
She just
you?
annoys me.
But for me, my
He's
my
crazy.
favorites are James and Lala. I think the end game they're meant to be together, and they're just banter. Lala is one of the few that gets British sarcasm. Love her.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if I had to call it a third, out probably obviously excluding Lisa, probably as mad as it is to say, probably Sheena.
Oh.
That is mad.
As
Yeah,
my
because
first.
she's so boring to me. But I like Brock. It's weird.
You
Oh,
like Brock?
I do. I like
Oh
Brock.
my
I like
gosh.
Brock and Sheena together. I think they're.
Kimberly's
I like.
like into like the caveman people like Brock, you know. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yes, I
he was a
love
caveman from another
cavemen.
life.
I do. Love Neanderthals.
But
But no, I didn't really like Brock a whole bunch until just like when he stuck up for Sandoval on the last episode, and it like really turned the corner for me, where he said Sandoval was there. He showed up for Sheena, and to recognize that, I thought that was really cool of him. And so I actually think Sheena's kind of boring to me, but I like the couple. I like them as a couple. So I mean, I'm not really into Sheena per se, but I do like her and her husband as a couple.
Interesting.
I know.
I only
Do
like
you
James.
do you watch the Kimberly? Do you watch The Valley?
Yeah, I did, and it was so boring. Like I tried to get into it, but
How many
like
episodes did you get into?
3.
I feel like it doesn't. Well, I don't even remember. Have you gotten to like the big debacle?
No, I would remember
What
it.
watch episodes 4 and 5. Give it another.
Yeah, I would give it a little further.
Does it get actually pick up? Does it pick
Yeah.
up like it does? So
I mean, it's still annoying, but like there's definitely some stuff going on.
the characters are boring to me. I don't like the people.
They
I
don't
mean,
have the pizzazz that we need.
no, they're just not it.
I mean, as I said, like Jesse
I don't
out
even think
the whole
Brittany really
cast
has
is.
pizzazz.
Oh no, she doesn't. Absolutely not.
Oh God, no! Brittany, I couldn't even step in the same room as her. She's not welcome anywhere near me. But,
Oh wow.
and Kristen's weird disposition, like whoever's up her alley, good on this hobo Luke guy, but I don't understand it.
Kristen
It's
just wants to
odd.
be loved so bad,
I
and
know.
like a lot of times when she like, I don't know, like when I see her interact with her friendships, it just seems so fake. But I know it's not fake for her. But like, I just feel like I don't know when she's like, "Come here." I don't know the when she,
Gross.
whenever
I
she
know.
talks, I can't explain it. But when she talks and when she tries to be a good friend to people, it always comes across fake, even though I know it's not. And I don't know how to explain that because I don't think she realizes what she's doing. I think she generally thinks she's being a good friend, but it just seems like she's just so up and down.
Yeah, she is.
And
She's
very
so up and down. No, you nailed it because I want to like Kristen and on Vanderpump Rules.
Why
I
do you want to like
actually
Kristen?
because on Vanderpump Rules, I felt like she was really genuine. However, now like I feel like she is almost like a political person. Now she's like putting in like Republican speech. It's like what? And I just think like she does things for an ulterior motive now. And
I
then
kind of
this
feel that
Luke,
too.
yeah, and that Luke character, he's not even okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry to
you
say
mean the
this.
hobo guy that she's with? Yeah.
Yeah, he is so serial killer vibes, like Candy says. Like, he is just not. I don't know. I don't want to be mean, so I'm just gonna shut up
Ca-
with that. But
Candy,
I
if you
just
if you were forced to be in the same, if you had if hypothetically, if you were forced to work for a day with either Kristen or Brittany, who would be your worst nightmare?
You are like so funny, Adam. Okay.
for me.
Crack me up.
Yeah, Brittany
Candy's
is too
disappeared.
much with that twang. Isn't she like
I
too much
think
with that twang?
Candy's probably like eating dinner.
She's probably like having
checked
like
out.
Domino's pizza or like some sushi or something. I don't know.
Okay, that's a big difference between the two.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, Domino's is horrible for pizza.
Yeah, like that's like the worst pizza
Sushi is
here.
really good.
That's like saying she's probably having Pizza Hut.
I mean,
and that's like the one that's like the half KFC, half Pizza Hut one too. That's like the worst.
I don't know. Domino's is good here, but like I only have
Really?
that.
You
Like,
have that there?
yeah, they have
yeah,
like
we have
weird ones that
we have McDonald's, we have KFC, we have Domino's.
Oh,
Yeah.
but wait, what was your question?
My
Who would you
question was,
rather work with?
if you were forced to work for a day with either Brittany or Kristen, who would be your worst nightmare?
The worst nightmare? Or what did you
Honestly,
say, Adam? The worst nightmare?
I actually don't know because I feel like almost I'm leaning more toward. I feel like Kristen would just drive me crazy. But like she wouldn't be like a bad person, but she would just drive me nuts.
Yeah, that could
Like
be.
I feel like she would just like get on my nerves, like how up and down. And like I can totally see why like Stassi always flipped out on her. You know? Like, because she'd be like, and Kristen, like, she would have remember she would have meltdowns every time they took a trip.
Yes.
And it was like, I can't take you anymore. Like, it's too much. Like, go get therapy. I don't know, but like, I can't. Kim, your camera's on, just to let you know.
My camera?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going portrait and
It
landscape.
looks like it's like might be on the ceiling, but like I don't know. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm
a weird
sorry,
Inception.
guys. I don't know how to.
It's kind
I don't know how to fix it. I guess
You
I
just
could-
go at the bottom where it has like a microphone and then it has a camera thing and three
Damn,
dots.
that's like explaining to like your grandma. How do you use
You
technology?
Yes,
click,
I am. You know,
you click
and-
off the one that looks like it's a video camera.
She may be
No,
stumbling on
I'm
some of her
like
words, but she's being
I'm a
shady.
senior citizen when it comes to technology, so that's why I just speak like that because I know
my kid is 18 and he does everything for me. So did that work, guys?
Yep, it did it.
Oh, thank you, Natasha. I
You're welcome.
appreciate you.
You're welcome.
And thanks, Adam.
But yeah, so like Brittany, I feel like has dark energy though, and she's annoying and wouldn't contribute anything. And I would have to carry the weight and she would just ride on my coattails. So I don't know. It'd be hard. I guess ultimately I would have to put up with Kristen. But like I would have to like set some boundaries and be very strict with them.
If I was
Not
simply
very
left-
strict with them.
Very strict.
Oh, Kimberly.
Where were you? Were you like eating dinner?
No, I went to use the restroom.
Oh, I was like, she's definitely like eating dinner.
Yeah.
On a phone call. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine?
No.
But yeah, like he was saying, like, would you rather work with Kristen or Brittany? And I said, I guess Kristen, because Brittany would ride on my coattails and she has dark energy because she wouldn't be able to contribute anything because she's not that interesting. And yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather work with Kristen. Brittany, miss me with everything, Brittany. Brittany to me is very fake and phony. And yeah, she's just a lot. And honestly, Jack should divorce her and find somebody else. I'm Team Jax on that one. I really am. I think he should divorce her because she's also likes to gaslight him all the time. He makes very valid
no
points.
offense to her, but like she to me kind of half the time she just speaks a mumbly jubbly, and I don't know, like I would choose Kristen because both of them are unbearable, but with Kristen, she's a little less burdenish. With Brittany, I could just imagine just sitting there, like literally just like saying, "You do all the work." Like,
come back, Kimberly. I dropped the link.
and
If you want to come back, we miss you.
And I saw what's his name, Emmanuel's comment. Yeah, we briefly touched upon that. But...
So Emmanuel says, "Hey Candy, breaking news. Page 6 is now reporting Lala is in early talks to join season 2 of The Valley." Yes, we've been talking about that for a minute because we knew ever since the after show. The breaking news. Page 6 is now reporting Lala is in early talks.
Someone's got it twice.
Oh, is that what I sound like? There you go.
Oh my god, I hate the sound of my own voice. I'm like, how do people even listen to me?
I sound like, I don't know what I sound like. I sound like an Olsen twin.
I hate the sound. Oh my god. Why would you say it? I can't unhear it now.
I do.
My god. I'm freaked out.
I sound like an Olsen twin, except for my voice is just like a little bit, I talk a little bit faster and like a little bit higher. But
theirs like goes down a little bit. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, theirs goes down
because
and
they're not as they're kind of low energy when they talk.
Yeah.
So yeah, the tone is a little bit different just because the nature of their energy.
Yeah, but I sound like I'm a self-proclaimed brown Olsen twin. For sure.
So. Who's doing ASMR?
What is going on, you guys?
It's
And
who's
probably
going
me.
into
I
the
opened the
attic?
door.
Kimberly's like doing
The
ASMR on
cats.
us.
Yeah.
Hey guys, so now I'm a cat woman. So I was always a dog owner, and then after my car accident, my son wanted an animal or a pet. So now I'm a cat lady because during COVID our cat had kittens and we fell in love with them and I couldn't
Aw.
get rid of a single one. So now I have, God, you guys are gonna die, 8 cats.
Oh
What?
my god.
Yeah,
What?
8.
Are you okay?
8.
Wow,
you
you are a
okay?
cat lady.
Yeah,
No,
literally.
and
Are you okay?
I know, and our cats, you wouldn't even know it. Like I buy the most expensive crystals, the best, but they don't even go to the bathroom in here because I have an acre of land. So they are trained to go outdoors, but if they have to, they can go indoors. But I have my
TMI.
house is super clean. It's not it's not like what you would think. And I can't
Okay.
even believe it. These cats are like the love of our hearts. They're just so precious. It's a family of cats. I know, it's so ridiculous. I never thought I'd be this woman, but I am.
That's
I'm a cat
hilarious.
lady who watches Vanderpump Rules and
Oh
used
gosh.
to be a musician. Used to be a dog
Interesting.
owner
You
and
used to be a musician?
used to only date musicians.
No, but
so
you said
so
I thought
that's
you
what
said does or were you a
Yeah,
musician just because
yeah.
that's
you
what I
dated
heard.
musicians or were
I
you actually a musician?
no, I did play flamenco guitar. I play guitar, but
Oh,
yeah, classical flamenco guitar.
that's very specific. How'd you get into
Yeah.
that?
When I went to school at Columbia College in Chicago when I was younger, and right down the street was this guitar shop next to Orchestra Hall called, well, anyway, Sherry Brenner, and the owner just passed away during COVID. He was one of my best friends. Super, super sweet man, but way older than me. And anyway, he actually had me trained and told them to fast track me instead of, I guess there's a way to teach people the long way or the hard, to bilk them for money or the fast way. And I was literally trained with people that trained under Andre Segovia. And anyway, I'm not that good anyway. So it didn't matter how much training I got. I learned how to read music. I learned how to play. And anyway, but I'm not a person that performs, but I always really enjoyed music, and hence that's the reason um, that I liked musicians, is that music was in my heart and soul.
Very
And
saucy.
yeah, and I loved long hair. Like, I'm a person of the 1700s in my brain. Like I
I
I
feel
could
like
never
I
live
I
in
used
that.
to like long hair guys too, but I
oh,
had to cut that out.
yeah, of course I did after I had a child. I haven't, so
I just
I'm
realized that they were like
I'm
kind
way
of
better
annoying.
now. I'm reformed.
And I'm sorry, like
But
for a guy to have nice long hair, they have to almost like treat it like how us ladies do.
oh,
And
we
I just
do.
don't find that attractive. I like men to be more masculine, just my preference.
Yeah.
And like just thinking about a guy deep conditioning his hair makes me not like into it.
Mm.
So,
I like guys in leather pants
oh,
off stage. Yeah, it's really fun.
Saucy.
Yeah,
Very
really
saucy.
saucy. I'm a saucy gal.
Uh,
What is that? What do they like to say, like Hugh Grant in those movies? You're a saucy minx or something. I don't know. Some one of those English British type saying. You're a.
but
What do they say, Adam? You're a saucy minx or something like that. I
I don't
don't
know.
know.
It's
I can't remember.
I
but
think that's
but
before Adam's time.
Yeah.
but
Hugh Grant is before his time, right?
I
Do you know Hugh Grant, Natasha? Or is that your
Yeah, of course.
era?
no. She's never heard of him. She's
I
not that
love
well
that.
known.
I love some of his movies, like the older ones.
Well, so Candy, what do you think is like
Adam.
the only way the show could continue is if do you think
You
the
guys,
only
sorry, I gotta go. I'm late for a meeting.
I'm,
Okay.
you're hilarious. All right.
I love you guys.
Love y'all.
Love you.
Bye.
All right.
much
Talk
love
to you guys
bye
later.
Much love, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Love you guys so much. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. I have to jet. I'm on another call. I love you guys. Bye.